Boboka. Come on, give it a... He walked all this way.
Yeah.
That feels a little bit
Typical
rude.
support interaction right there.
Well, it feels a little bit rude, but yeah, I've when I was briefly playing in the Dota Pro circuit in Division 2, very high expectations here for me. I would watch Nothing to Say play the Primal Beast because actually wasn't the best Primal Beast player. He fits my style a lot as a mid laner.
Right.
But Nothing to Say is he just feels so confident on this Primal Beast. He does so many things that you wouldn't expect. And he gets so much out of it, and I use it a lot in my own games. There's been times on Primal Beast where I've showed up to gank the bot lane at like 3.5 minutes to go grab the bounty rune, and you know, times like this where you just walk behind the enemy tower. Really no way to punish him when he does this. So feels like Nothing to Say is when Primal Beast came out, he's one of the main people that you think of when you think of the hero. Gonna secure this first power rune.
When you've gone core primal, is it first item BKB more so like
Yes.
we used to see?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. There are some deviations of the build, but I think there's almost no way that his first item isn't BKB.
Right.
I'd be very, very surprised. Plus, it matches so well with the playstyle that he has we were just talking about. And they're walking on to X-Nova. This kill looks pretty easy if Nothing to Say wasn't here.
Yeah, Pulverize down on a 1J. X-Nova cookied away from
kills.
GH. So it looks like both supports are going to die. They've got the Onslaught, and they'll give the kill over to Monet. So both your 1 and 2 getting the benefits of some kills here. Does feel like it's going to have to take a while here for Ghost to get rolling. I really don't know if there's anything new to what Medusa timings look like, but...
Not particularly. I mean, we've seen the Gorgon shot a little bit. Seems like it just helps her farm a tiny bit and gives her a bit more lane power with the roots and whatnot.
Right.
Decent disable towards, you know, the later part of the game, but you do Medusa things primarily. Nothing to Say on the Primal is decent against the hero. You don't quite have the damage to deal with Medusa at certain points of the game, especially once it gets later, but in the early game, and especially the way that, you know, Nothing to Say likes to play, you kind of get off to a much faster timing to mess with this Medusa. He's gonna fish again on Nothing to Say, and this is I've liked Samael on the Sand King. He feels very good with like the initiations. I think he's very solid on this hero, but when you think of Samael, I don't think you think of a Sand King. You know, it's there's so many like Leshrac, Shadow Fiend, like Storm Spirit, these heroes that he's so mechanically gifted at.
Right.
Heroes that he can really do, you know, kind of make a lead out of on the lane, and Sand King's not the same kind, so you can't really match the rotations from Nothing to Say. So feeling the hurt a little bit from that, in the sense that Nothing to Say is just getting so much around the map.
Surprisingly, they're not really punishing the fact that Ghost is down here alone as Medusa.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing very defensive, so kind of makes sense.
Center.
But Samael can
Throw
get a little
strike
bit active.
and
once
Cookie
you get
to try and get away, but Sumail gets this
level
kill.
6. Yeah, so making moves even on the Sand King.
Pulverize mid. Fadebolt comes through. 1J is dead, so both mids getting kills here, but GH telekinesis to stop him from getting the battery assault and the cogs around Nothing to Say. Like using his ult, shape-shifting and coming from behind, trying to get onto Nothing to Say, who will onslaught past FBZ, still quick enough. Right click's coming in, though, and eventually Nothing to Say will die, but it's to the tower.
It's really good that he dies to the tower. It I believe it doesn't give away his kill streak. Well, it looks like it does give away the kill streak, but it gets split. So actually, decent deny to the tower there, but still gives XP to FPZ. Samael.
Again.
It's saying it was hard to get active on this hero, but I mean,
he's doing a good
he
job.
Actually, a ton of damage into Boboka.
At the same time, GH gonna survive as Monet gets pushed back via the cogs, and Boboka dies to Sumail off screen. So right now, it's pretty even, and again, JT, he's going for the Ags, the typical 12-minute item timing on that, but they have left Ghost here bottom to just farm. I think this is a big mistake by IG.
Yeah, and farming he is. I mean, look at that net worth there. I do think at least Medusa is one of those heroes that the first item is the Manta style, which is, it makes you feel, you know, relatively strong, but strong in the jungle, not really strong in team fights. So Ghost, at least, he's going to accelerate a lot, which is a huge issue for IG. But at the moment, the gold that he's getting isn't going to really kind of turn into any like team fighting power or anything for Enigma Galaxy. It's just going to turn into late game insurance, and IG not pushing the pace too much on this one, all things considered, but they don't have that Ags from Beastmaster. And really nice smoke up from GH and Samael, but no hook shot.
Good obs. That is down. Yeah, no hook shot means they don't really have the initiation without the Sand King committing to go in.
Ooh.
And that's a bit of an issue. They might want to just try and swipe the stack.
Yeah, it looks like it. Nice from Samael. That's honestly worth it. I would smoke for that any day. Don't even break the smoke, actually. Funny enough.
Yeah, value, honestly. I think that's fine.
Super value. Super value. You want to shut down this Axe timing as much as you can. We've seen it be so strong, especially, I mean, they have like Beastmaster, Snapfire, Ursa, so you know they're going to be looking for the Roche. He does actually, this is the one item I think that Nothing to Say sometimes goes before the BKB, and it's Blink Dagger. That's what I want to see JT go this last game, and well, we might see why he does it here. 1J is really tanky though, really tanky for Jakiro, but not tanky enough.
Get this kill on the 1J.
On the bottom lane, pushing it in. So FBZ, this is a nice thing about Lycan as well. I think part of the strength of Weaver, in a sense, is that you don't actually have to buy boots because you're just so fast. Lycan is very much the same. You don't need to buy boots in this hero, so you actually have kind of an inflated sense of net worth in the early game. Don't need to worry about that movement speed very much. Sitting pretty on Enigma Galaxy. I think they're not too worried about the game state at this moment. It's mostly going to be trying to prevent Nothing to Say from getting these power runes, so you can see there's 4 heroes in the mid lane. Smoke up again. Do they have the blink on Samael? I think they might.
Getting this tower, again, just so much time being built here for Medusa. I know I keep reiterating it, but it feels so important that IG get to the back of the map, and they're not. Look at where they're kind of grouped up, right? They're behind the triangle, or they're top, or it's just trying to farm, which is understandable. But there's no way for them to make plays across the river right now, which means Medusa just has all the time in the world to do whatever they want.
They do have Ags on the Beastmaster. They have level 6, the Mortimer Kisses on to Baboka. They have the Spell Steal, so they do have the ability to fight if they want to. I think they need to punish Enigma Galaxy in this triangle. Feels like if they can't do that, then they can't reclaim much of their map in NTS.
Pulverize. Kisses. Sumail dead immediately. Hookshot comes in. That's going to land on X Nova, but the Primal Roar from JT. Stolen Cogs go around GH. That's going to be a second kill here while they lost X Nova. FBZ will finish off Bobica. So both supports dead on the side of IG. FBZ doing some damage to kill off JT. And FBZ, man, resummoning the Wolves, having so much damage, tips around the horn. And really, honestly,
so much.
Yeah, that was salvaged by FBZ.
Yeah, and that's a cool thing actually about this fast that I hadn't thought about. I believe when he resummons the Wolves, he gets a second round of the abilities, so typically once you had the Wolves alive, it didn't do that much to resummon them as like, and now you get a refresh on these abilities. He's also been kind of this unstoppable force, taking all the tier 1s on G2 IG before it was even 12 minutes. So their map just feels so small.
Take a look at this fight again, and while we get this little break in the action, I'm going to say hi to the front page again. Hi, how are you? Welcome. This is Dota2. Very confusing, not that easy to watch just coming in. But, yeah, you see FBZ just committing to these fights and having so much damage this early on with the Vlads, the drums, going into the pipe next. Like, he's still building those auras, but the lethality from Lycan can be very under the radar, I would say.
Yeah, I'm just going to mention this interaction so that nobody gets, so that some people can learn in the chat, because this is a pretty niche one. It's for Primal Beast specifically. Nothing to Say is great at doing it. GH, he's going to place a ward, see if maybe he can sneak this. He shouldn't be able to. When you press Pulverize, he's going to try to hookshot it.
Ooh.
He gets it.
Wow.
GH. Oof.
Boy.
I want to say he dies for
Epicenter.
this.
Yeah, he doesn't die for this. So he gets it. They get a kill. insult to injury again. And I'm going to harp on it. I'm going to repeat myself. We have still not seen the Medusa, who is top of the net worth.
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely worrying game state for G2IG. They're not able to get in. It doesn't feel like they'll be able to get anywhere near the Roche pit to try and leverage this Ag's timing on a Beastmaster. This early blink from Samael opening up his playmaking potential. 1J does so much damage on this Jakiro, and just to get back to it before anything happens, hopefully, when you use Pulverize on Primal Beast, usually there's a delay. And like, so if you, let's say you blink in on Samael, the Sand King, and you just initiate with Pulverize, most of the time Samael's going to have queued up the Burrow Strike so that he can get away from you, and hopefully doesn't just end up dying immediately after. The way to counteract this on Primal Beast is you shift Q the Onslaught during your Pulverize, and it happens instantly. There's no time to BKB, there's no time to get a Burrow Strike off. It's the only way to chain stun the Pulverize combo on NTS, and he does it very well. It's a lot of burst damage, so in that initial triangle fight, it's actually what killed Samael so quickly. And we're talking about how Monet on the Ursa might have gone a Diffusal to kind of try and deal with how far ahead this Medusa is and how much of an issue it might be. But Ghost has a Diffusal, actually. He's the one who got it first on this Medusa.
God damn. That is really scary.
Yeah, I mean, Medusa hasn't... It's terrifying that Enigma Galaxy feels this strong without their carry. We haven't seen Ghost once.
We haven't seen Ghost once. He has been invisible. Kind of crazy.
This is when he'll become pretty much unstoppable, it feels like, is once he gets into this butterfly. He's going to get it at such an early timing, and Ursa doesn't have like a lot of room in the item build to build Diffusal to counter to Medusa, but let alone to farm and build up into an MKB to deal with this timing from Ghost. And as well, they recently changed Medusa. Part of our, I think, the strength is that now she gets mana per damage per level. That might be a little bit confusing, but it's 0.1 mana every level that it goes up. So you're getting so much tankier as the game goes on as you get levels. And Ghost is super high level 14.
Guys, get your paper and calculators out.
Yeah, exactly.
Your abacuses and your PhDs, get them ready. Get them off the wall. I know every one of you in chat have PhDs, but pull them off the wall and do the math with me. So you said that's what, 0.1 mana regen per level?
Yeah. Mana damage per level.
Damage per level.
Plus, I mean, maybe that's not the best way to put it, but it's
plus the curvature of the Earth. Minus gravity and physics. That's a lot of damage. With my Dota PhD. Ghost's not showing up, but he sure as hell has an Aegis now, and he's ready to go.
Yeah, this is what you... G2IG, you're supposed to be the lineup taking Roche at this point in the game, and the only time it feels like you could have maybe punished this Medusa, I mean, it feels like it's gone and passed already, but would have been this time before Butterfly when you get the blink on Monet, which is what he's building into, and they smoke up to try and utilize it. But this Aegis should mean, for the most part, that Ghost is just content getting to that Butterfly. Even if he can't get it during the time of the Aegis, it feels like they're not going to be able to punish him for the next almost 10 minutes if he does manage to get that timing. But he still isn't showing up to these team fights, and Monet is. Can they get FPZ? No. Full pipe on FPZ as well, and the pipe isn't great with Medusa. It's not the best on Lycan sometimes, but this game you get it so early that you're stopping pretty much what G2IG wants to do. So I think this is great by FPZ. I really don't think he could have itemized better for this game, because what are you supposed to do with it? Nothing to say feels like so much of your just raw power, and he's pretty much all magic damage.
Pulverize. Hook shot, GH, cogs around 2. 1J with the macro pyre down. Sumail still low. Mortimer's kisses coming through from behind to get the kill. They'll take another to say, though, so both mids are dead. Ghost is still nowhere to be seen, but he's top, taking your tower.
Yeah, and he has the Eagle song. First portion of the Butterfly finished.
It's my Eagle impression.
Is that what Eagles sound like?
I don't know.
I know.
Come on.
I just want to embarrass you in front of the viewers, B-Cop.
If I had to give a real Eagle squaw, I'd be squaw.
Ooh.
I think so.
We might get you. We might get you canceled by the Eagle community.
Oh, guys, relax. I can't stand those Philadelphia people. The Philadelphia Eagles. You see that? Well, sports joke. All right. So anyway, nothing to say.
Anyway,
Onslaughting in mid.
just there's the wave, which is nice, but they've had to use this is their last glyph for the high ground. What is your response to Ghost? Is there a response for Ghost?
I don't know. I'm not really sure. By the way, do those on-screen celebrations that you guys are using bits for work? I don't know if I really see them. Anyway, Dota stuff. Scans coming through and Ghost. Oh my god, he's so farmed.
He is extremely farmed. That being said, G2IG, they're right up there with you, but it feels like the items that they have are such a nice response to what you want to do in the game. This pipe from FPZ and X-Nova. We've talked about how strong this Rubik hero can be.
Oy.
But, I mean, you put it in the 5 position, you give it to X-Nova, and he's struggling a little bit this game, especially into the Lycan. Ooh, hamstring.
Ooh, hamstring. They're hightailing it.
No TP yet. Oh, why is he using it so early? And it
Oh,
actually goes...
no.
Ooh. The hamstring goes through BKB, so he couldn't have TP'd even if he wanted to.
Oh, God.
Looks like he can blink and...
Ooh.
Ooh, just barely.
Okay.
I did not know hamstring went through. For those of you that don't know, hamstring is the ability now on the Lycan Wolves from this new facet. It goes through BKB. That's a pretty big deal, especially into Ursa and Primal Beast.
What is this primal? It is the mid primal. Oh, hamstringing. Hightailing it. JT gonna fight here. He's drumming. He's slamming. Obs, please go back. So please, observer. JT Primal Roar is still standing his ground. He's really tanking so much damage. Hookshot comes in. Sumail still dies. What is Beastmaster? No way he fights back to FBZ. Clearly, come on.
It's funny too because G2IG, they were walking towards him and they're like, oh, he's so dead. Let's just, let's not even bother. Let's not waste time around the map. I feel like if one other hero showed up, they would have died on 3 heroes there.
Yeah, that could have been devastating. That was insane.
Thankfully, they didn't.
Ooh.
And Ghost, next time that we look at his inventory, there might be a butterfly in there. But nothing to say. Ooh, definitely making the most out of this game that's been so rough for G2IG up until this point. They're trying to catch him. Hookshot isn't quite up.
Onslaught.
Nice blink. What?
Good blink, not
making
getting
so much space.
Making space, luckily not getting greedy and taking those lotuses. How many times have we seen that where somebody just goes, ooh, lotuses, stops, fills up their pockets, and then they die?
Hopefully not a lot.
Well,
little greedy goblins.
My games.
In your games, for sure. Yeah, I mean, nothing to say, makes a lot of space there. I mean, they make multiple TP rotations. Ghost now doesn't have the BKB node, or the Aegis. He does have the butterfly, so it still feels so hard to punish, but it could be possible on the side of IG. Monet, I think he's close to a BKB, but not quite. Ghost is just walking under their ward vision. Do they think they're smoked? They're not. PZ's not even up here, and how long can Ghost stay under this ward before
he gets jumped?
Yeah, they seem to think, oh, they know that he's alone. He's so alone.
Guys.
G2IG.
Hello.
Please.
Guys, Ghost is alone.
No. They could have killed him so easy. He was dead to rights.
Oh my god.
They really think that Enigma Galaxy is smoked. I mean, we were talking about the poker face last game. Ghost, I guess, has just a perfect one.
Yeah, I definitely have my team behind me. Oh my gosh. That was the same spot they killed him in game 2 that let them win on the side of IG. Bro strikes short, nothing to say on the run. He'll blink away and doesn't even TP yet.
Wow, nothing to say. He's such a nuisance here, but actually the Wolves, this is a really nice benefit of them.
Hamstringed.
What he needs to do here, nothing.
Uproar,
nothing he can do here.
Onslaught, Ice Path, Dual Breath, does have BKB,
and... it's just to buy time.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Hook shot. cogs, and this is, yeah, chalk it up to space created, totally, definitely. That's what everybody's going to be saying, of course.
Yeah, space created as Ghost walks through your triangle alone.
Yeah.
Something Green Day. Bobica is actually building into a diffusal blade, which I like from him, but he doesn't have it yet, and
He's dead.
kill after kill here from Enigma Galaxy. They have such an aggressive lineup. The Lycan Wolves with Sand King and Clockwork feel really annoying, just always constantly providing vision around the map. Nothing to say has been such a nuisance, but doesn't feel like he can continue to do that with the way that these Wolves are messing with his game plan. And BKB out for Monet, but doesn't feel like he can match the Butterfly, so hasn't even tried to yet.
Now 14-11, only a 1k lead, but Medusa is at the top of the net worth. Going Disperser. Not an item we see that often. I feel like everyone is building Diffusal Blade every game since the patch, both Pro and Pubs. Did I miss something? We've never seen Diffusal Blade in any of the games until now. In this
we saw it once on Smail into the Morphling. I think it's still a decently strong item, especially into like Primal Beast, but I think the Disperser makes a lot of sense with Medusa. Just she gets so much out of raw stats. Disperser gives so much agility, and with the Butterfly amps the attack speed you get from agility. So it makes sense here. He's getting a lot of damage out of it, and importantly, if you can get it off, you can pretty much just walk off whatever Ursa wants to do. Still have to worry about the Primal Roar, the Pulverize. But Medusa's nice in that sense. Doesn't have to really build into the early BKB, so isn't punished by those heroes as much, but...
Primal Roar. Ice Path down. Monet right-clicking down 1J. No! Oh, the hook shot! 1J Force Staff! Oh, my.
If it's still 1J...
Onslaught, yeah,
like
now... Finally. Finally, he's dead. Oh, my God. Ghost coming in, trying to show off that damage. They're going to GH. They've got Monet getting the kill. BKB's going to be popped by Monet. They're going to buy back on both supports here on the side of Enigma with the Stone Gaze getting used.
Gotta get out.
BKB's going to run out on Monet, but now Burrow Strike Epicenter coming through on X-Nova. He'll steal Stinger. Not going to be that great. JT's going to be the next one to fall. FBZ gets 2 kills. They don't kill Monet. It just forced the buyback on both supports. But now,
you get Roche.
Well, 45 seconds. It's not a guarantee just yet.
Not yet, but it feels like it might be. No BKB on Ursa. No BKB on JT on the Beastmaster. Feels like all they have to do is be patient here, and very patient on 1J. Look at him just standing in the pit. Menacingly.
He's just standing there. Menacingly. SpongeBob.
You know, 1J, we did talk about his aura. Currently showing it off to Roche. And yeah, playing the role of a ward. There is a she was out from NTS, so maybe they are going to try and stop this Roche attempt. If they were a little bit more fortunate on G2 IG, it'd be coming up in about 30 seconds here. Early Roche spawn is quite good for Enigma Galaxy if they want to brave it. No reason not to. Going straight into damage on Ghost. Not opting for the Scotty or anything, feeling that he is tanky enough. And makes sense considering that they are going to pretty easily secure this Roche. The damage is so quick.
No.
Quite easily.
Fake hype.
Fake hype and nothing to say.
Oh no, onslaughting on the cogs. There's the Ice Path down with the Macro Pyre on the run with the Cookie getting some distance. Force Staff back. FBZ uses the Shapeshift. Now they've got the hook shot. That's going to land on the Bobica. They'll get the kill into the Snapfire. They'll take out one. Rocket Flare slows them down. Telekinesis onto a Wolf. The chase is on to get X-Nova. They'll hamstring him up. They'll get the kill there. Both supports down on the side of IG. Burrow Strike lands from Sumail. And they BKB JT. You can't do it again, I would say. But Stone Gaze running away, trying to get away from these heroes, but Blink Burrow Strike and a third dead is Enigma Galaxy. They may have locked up this victory. They might have just knocked out G2 IG.
It feels like it. This Medusa pick coming out of the works here feels so strong. Roshan's banner means this Fortify isn't going to stop the push. And I mean, the biggest thing here, honestly, from what I've been watching, is this hamstring on the Lycan Wolves. Most of these fights would be fine if they could BKB and TP out and get out of dodge, but they can't. JT has to sit there. He knows that he can't try to TP because the hamstring prevents it on these Lycan Wolves, and you can't kill Medusa once.
No.
Certainly can't do it twice.
No. Looks like it'll be 2 sets of racks. Ghost can't die right now. Nothing to say. Got the deny on one of them. And look at this damage.
I mean, you feel like you have to go to stop this Megas from falling. You did just get the MKB on Monet, which is, I mean, this is the only chance you have. You have to win this team fight.
Yeah, it really is.
You force the auras on NTS. That could be the start of it.
Sandstorm's there. Monet goes in with the BKB. They'll try to get this hero with the Aegis on it. Ghost is going to burn out. They got the Aegis out of the hands of Ghost. That's a start. Onslaught lands on the epicentering Sumail. He doesn't get it off just yet. The Primal Roar is going to come through. They've got the stun on a couple. They look over at FBZ with the BKB being popped here by this Beastmaster. Now Monet, though, he's dead. Down goes Bobica. It's looking like the end. 3 heroes, no buyback. X-Nova, TP's out, but it will be full Mega Creeps. They lose GH, but Burrow Strike comes in. GG, Nigma Galaxy are going to eliminate G2IG.
Wow,
clap in chat.
Impressive stuff.
Thank you.
Clap in chat.
Clap
this
in
is
chat.
what Enigma Galaxy fans have been waiting for, frothing at the mouth for.
CMON, they could be good.
Galaxy. And they look, and good they look. I mean, 1J, I mean, even in these past 2 games, it didn't feel like he was the full MVP, but just in this team as a whole, it feels like he's carried them so far throughout this tournament. Absolute aura on him. Sumail making so much happen on the Sand King, and that Lycan pick, that Medusa pick, they went for things we haven't seen as much, stuff that was buffed in this new patch. And it worked out great for them.
I will say I'm going to be a little sad because we don't get the audio from the interviews, and they're probably going to interview Sumail again.
Mm-hmm.
Which stinks that we won't be able to hear that.
Absolutely.
Unless we get, like, they changed it from day to day, because I did ask yesterday if we could get it, the interview, but I'm not sure we will. But, yeah, it was a good game. Nigma Galaxy, they move on to play the winner of this next series that's coming through, which the next series is going to be, I believe, NAVI against LGD, and that one should be fun as well.
Yeah, that's a barn burner.
But run the ads, B-Cop. I could do that. I got you guys. I can run the ads. But for all you guys with ad blocker, I've been wanting to do this since I've been a Twitch streamer on the front page. We're playing some marbles on the front page of Twitch. we're gonna Grand Prix it up. I mean, if you're not doing it, if you're not doing the marbles right, I don't know what you're.
Cover me, cover me, cover me.
It's not defeat that defines you. It's how you bounce back. Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Everybody on the front page of Twitch right now, join the stream. Put yourself in the race. It is going to be a fun time. Get the hell in here. If you're not getting in here, what are you really doing with your life? Honestly.
Yeah, who cares about, Nigma's return?
Yeah, well, they
winning the game. I mean, it's marbles.
They have another
really
series today, so we're going to see them again later. It's fine. They're not done for the day.
That is true. Nigma Galaxy fans are definitely eating good, though.
Yeah, they're not getting
Feels
the same
good. And
slop.
Peacock. He did it. The viewer count dropped so much as soon as the game ended, but that's to be expected.
It's
I mean, marbles is. I mean, plus those aren't real viewers,
Yeah,
the people who stick around for marbles. Those are the loyal, committed viewers.
Yeah, everybody who likes the marbles is the loyal of the loyal viewers. So come join us here. We're gonna start it when we hit 200. I am making that line now. 200 people.
No.
We still need 35 more, so keep typing !play. I want 35 more people. I want you guys in the gosh darn marble race. I've never seen this many marbles on here. We're now 15 away. Look at this. We're getting participation. This is crazy. 10 more. Come on. I want 200. First message, exclamation point play. Don't be afraid to dip your toes in.
This is a real passion project.
200. You now have a minute to join. Anybody over 200, you're a blessing. Thank you so much for joining the marbles and watching the ads and supporting the stream. Never had this many marbles in my life. Gosh.
This is how you know you made it, B-Cop.
When you've got 200 plus people in your marbles, that is the truth. That is definitely the truth. Got 18 seconds left to join. We lost half our viewership. It doesn't matter. They're not the real fans. The fans are the ones in this game. There's 228 of you. Here we go. And the race is on. Let's see who comes out of the bottom first. Oh, Rojo, you're boosting?
Always.
Damn. He's an exclamation point booster.
Look, I am at 6. You have to boost. It's the meta.
Oh, Rojo. Rojo! Oh no, here comes the rest of the marbles. You're getting engulfed.
Oh no, my minute of fame.
Minute.
I'm just fine. Take everything from me.
Everybody gets stopped at these tires. All right, I'm going to go up, and then I'm going to look down. There we go, there we go. Keep going. Keep going. Push through.
They got GH for the interview, by the way.
Oh, they got GH for the interview?
Mm-hmm.
I wish we could hear the interview. Am I even in this race? Oh, I'm all the way at the back. Okay, that makes sense. My own race. I'm in last. Whatever. That's fine. Rojo, where are you? So many names. So many names. Who's going to take first place? There's still 2 tire stacks remaining. Ah, to death. To death. Oh, the end. It's near. Who's going to win? Oh, my God. The Honey Badger. Oh, my gosh. That was the best marble race we've ever had. 10 points on the Grand Prix.
Oof.
Damn.
That was a close one.
That was a fun one. That was a fun, exciting, interesting race right there.
Hoggies in the chat, everybody.
Hoggies in the chat with 7TV.
Oh, people are eating this up, Peacock. Look at this. They really want to be a part of the Grand Prix, part of the community.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I live for this. I live for the marble racing. We're at 100 so quickly. I've never seen it. I want to get to 200 again, damn it. Wonder what people in the surrounding apartments for me think I'm doing.
I want to see 200. Maybe shilling. We have been doing that.
We do a lot of showing here. Just finished the ads? Hell yeah. Type in that exclamation point play. And if you want to avoid the ads, you get in here and you press that sub button.
Especially if you have a Twitch Prime. Literally free.
Game 2 is over. Game 3 is over, man. We're on the next series. Yeah, Twitch Prime, it's free. That's F-R-E. They think I live stream my OnlyFans? No, never. That ain't me. It ain't
Not
me.
yet.
Not yet, though, yeah. Yet. Alright, when we get to 170, I'm going to press the play button, and then you'll have a minute to join, but I still want to get to 200. I still want 200. You type that in. You type in that Ripple, thank you for the sub with your Twitch Prime. That's the way it goes. We're at 170. You've got a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
That one was really good. That one was really good.
I like it. I like it. I like it. Come on, exclamation point play. We're 20 away. I want to see your marbles, your little U's. Get in there.
Your little use. Yeah, maybe they do think you're doing OnlyFans.
Yeah, maybe they do think. Yeah, they might. I want you to get out of the starting gate and take off.
I don't know if take off is something much either, but that's okay.
I'm trying to convince them I'm definitely not doing it.
I don't know if it's working, because
Does boost work? Only if you sub does boost work. Like Bod who subscribed via Twitch Prime.
Oh, you missed one earlier too. There, I believe it was Ripole.
Yeah, Ripple. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. We're off, people. We're going. We're racing. The only way to get more aerodynamic is by taking off all your clothes. I'm not beating the allegations of doing OnlyFans. So I'm trying. The apartment's next to me. They have no idea. I'm only kidding, guys. Just play marbles normally. Please be normal. Don't type, huh? Don't type. Stop that. Don't, huh? Huh?
Huh? What's this guy up to? This B-Cop guy, huh?
Stop that. Stop that.
Oh, I'm B-Cop. I do OnlyFans.
I don't. Stop. I don't do it yet. I'm trying to get the body for it first. Huh?
Exclamation mark.
Huh? All right, here they are. Up the elevator they go.
Elevator is such a scary part of this race.
Does the OnlyFans come with the Twitch Prime sub? No, it's a separate subscription. I got to be making as much money as possible. I'm sorry. Chat link me Bcops OF. Ooh, kicking it out of the ball of death.
Nope.
Oh, somebody died. Oh, somebody died. Oh, two people falling off the road. Oh no! I'm still alive, aren't I? Right? Yeah, I'm still on there. Anybody making a pass? Oh, whoa, people are winning. I didn't even see people get out yet.
Your Marvel's such a slacker, B-Cop.
I know
that.
that. I know that. I know. I know my Marvel is such a slacker. Top 10, yeah. If you got top 10, you have the opportunity to do something that not many other people can do. Be in the top 10 and sub. I'm sorry. The shilling doesn't turn off. I try really hard, but
No, you don't.
it doesn't stop.
B-Cop, were you at the end and you also died?
Did I?
I don't see you in there.
I'm right here.
Are you?
Yeah. There I am.
Yeah, I see. Aw, the kitty.
Mwah. Oh, wait. This is embarrassing. Oh. We're close to a hype train. Bot-like with the Twitch Prime sub. Thank you.
Ooh.
Damn, Ruyi came in second and now third, and they're in first place in the Grand Prix.
Is this another Ben in motion?
It might be. Hit the center. Didn't hit the center exit. Oh, no. Is there going to be another round of marbles? Yes, there will be. There will be. There definitely will be. Tell Rojo I say hi? Of course I'll tell Rojo you say hi. I think he's deafened right now. Did I die? Or am I just not doing well in this race? I'm just not doing well. How was my sleep? It was short. I only slept for like 6 hours. Hopefully today doesn't get delayed nearly as long, but I said that after 14 hours. And then we got delayed and our day was 17 hours. So now we're here again, and I'm hoping that the delay is not as bad. All right, you guys wanted that next race? Here we go. Here's the next race. Exclamation point play. This is the 4th of 5th races in the Grand Prix. NAVI or LGD? I'd say NAVI. Get groovy to Bertha. I had a run-in. Run smack into a tree. Come on, I'm gonna press start when we hit 100, but I want 200 people in here. I got to move. We had to move. Bertha, don't you come around here anymore. Come on, I want 100 people. Exclamation point play. I see that there are 4,500 people in here. I want at least 5% of you in this race. Exclamation point play. And sub, please. I thank you. Love you. Kisses. Alas. 225 is the target. That would be nice. Falling. Calling you to say exclamation point play in the chat. I had to move. Really had to move. Try if you please. Type in exclamation point play. Oh. Where's Rojo? He deafened me because I'm singing, probably. Those are the facts. Don't let him say otherwise. Really had to move. Everybody, exclamation point boost. You're not going to go faster unless you type that in chat. I don't see enough of you saying boost. I don't even know where I am. I think I may have died. Did I die? Am I dead? Did anybody see me die? Where do you play this game? Marbles on Stream is the name of the game. Really had to move. So this is the Grand Prix rankings. It's the last race. Last race to win points. Exclamation point play in the chat. Oh, we're in the draft. Oh my god.
Oh,
I
that
didn't
was
even
quick.
realize there was a draft coming on, but we're starting this race. This is the final race, and then we're going to get into the draft. So, we'll be watching. You've got the drafting in the bottom right corner of your screen. I'll make it a touch bigger so you guys can see that. But we've got marbles. It's the last race. It's the final race. And it doesn't look that long, so we'll be right in the draft in a second. I swear. Where's my ball?
So Navi,
Did I join?
they elected to first ban the bristleback, and we've seen this like a few times, but we actually haven't seen the hero picked. I really want to see what this hero does. It's made it through quite a few drafts. I think certain teams value it a lot more than others.
Oh no! I threw! Oh my... Did you hear that? All of a sudden I just went...
A lot of death on this one. Oh, jeez.
Fuck. I can't believe it. I threw. Where was I that I died? This is like the easiest just get into the bucket I've ever seen. I was in second place. Am I streaming inside a church? No, that was me falling.
You put too much pressure on your B-Cup marble. You gotta... Wait, you know the Patrick when he's like, you can go whenever you like. Rocky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, here are the results of the Grand Prix. In third place, Real. In second place, H3U001. And in first place, One Handgun 2. Please clap. And now we switch to the real reason you are all here.
Marbles.
Marbles. There we go. Go ahead, please clap. Thank you, chat. Also, I have hyper clap. I don't know how it's... I think it's like this. I don't know how to do it. I have no
By the
idea.
way, it's way easier if you do this. You can type the start of the emote or like what you think the emote is, and then you press tab, and it'll auto-complete it for you. That way you don't have to guess what the thing is.
Cap, thank you for the raid. Welcome. It is the Snow Ruyi, but what has recently been with so much rain and rain delays, the Rain Ruyi event. Navi
waiting
versus
for that
LGD. I've been waiting. Somebody said it in chat yesterday. I used their line. They're funny.
Mhm.
And
We take most of our inspiration from chat.
yeah, we steal a lot of inspiration from chat. When you think
Yeah.
you're funny, I actually say it a week later.
The best way to do it. Speaking of stealing, LGD, steal away this Rubik here.
I like Rubik, and this is not the Navi Rubik, so unfortunate for
Yeah,
Zayats.
that's another great reason. Yeah, another great reason to pick it up. We have seen the Lycan band. I actually like that a lot from LGD. We saw how strong it can be against the Rubik in that previous game from Nigma. And another nice thing going into this draft is we've seen Rubik mid a few times into the Shadow Fiend. I think Laurel was the one who played it initially, and it looked really good. Lanes well into it. Shadow Fiend is, I still believe at this point, 100% pick ban contest. So in every single game, he's been there, and Jakiro is pretty high up there as well. Not quite 100%, like the Monkey King, who has also not been contested in this draft. Do either of the teams want to value them? I think Enchantress is quite strong for the side of Navi, but shows both their supports right away, and these are supports that can fall behind. That being said, Spirit Breaker is not a support known for getting ahead in the laning phase.
That's true. Also, Nyx Assassin, probably for Zayats, which he's a playmaker kind of guy. So I'm excited. I'm really excited. Because we've seen him do so much in this tournament. Him and Sanctity have been, I know I've gone on about 1J, but Zayats and Sanctity have really impressed me as well.
Oh yeah, they look very, very good. in this tournament. Been really impressed with what Navi's been able to do. That being said, LGD, I feel like, you know, knowing us, B-Cop, I would probably expect this to go to game 3. Just based
We're
on
in
looking at the
game 1.
teams.
We're literally in game 1. Come on, bro.
Yeah, but B-Cup, I'm noticing a trend here of the games that we cast.
Yeah. Which would be?
They tend to go to 3 games in this part of the tournament.
Fair.
But you know, you get something like the Chen Broodmother.
Oh my god.
Maybe you're ready to inflict some mental damage onto Navi and
Oh my
take a
god.
quick if you can get a really good game. This is interesting though from LGD. There's not lockdown between either of these last 2 picks, so that can be a little bit worrying. The Chen Broodmother. That being said, Rubik, Spirit Breaker are 2 heroes to circumvent that quite nicely. So what do Navi pick up? More than likely, you want an answer to the Broodmother, whether that's in the off lane or a carry. Troll Warlord still looks great, which we've seen a ton. There is, I mean, it doesn't feel like Monkey King's very good, so we might actually see the first time Monkey King not contested in this draft. Ursa feels still great. If you want to go for a carry, could just keep the flex open. Darkseer is decent as an offlaner still. It did get a few nerfs. Go for Terrorblade. Don't hate it. I think you can run out of damage quite quick on this LGD lineup, and Terrorblade feels very nice into Broodmother if you want to shift it onto carry. I think that was probably the best pick they had there. I was looking at like Troll and Ursa as the carries that we've seen a lot, but Terrorblade is kind of rising in value, and Yuragi has been, since the start of the tournament, just playing it.
Has he had a
pretty
good
much
lane
most
with it though?
opportunities he gets. Once or twice.
I swear-
It has been a bit of a struggle, but
Yeah.
that being said, now you're playing with Malady Ench, and we saw Malady on the Ench yesterday. I mean, I think he was the carry more so than Yuragi in that game. But you have Ench versus more than likely a Spear Breaker. So, I mean, could be a pretty good laning phase for Yuragi in quite a good Terrorblade game. The damage from LGD is quite low, and we've seen that time and time again be an issue in this patch. You need to pick up a good last pick. There is still Beastmaster in the pool again, which is so interesting, considering how strong this hero is. Would fit nicely into the LGD draft, if they could get it, but something tells me Navi won't let that happen. LGD does have the last pick here, so if I were them, I'm going to ban this Beastmaster to avoid giving it away to the side of Navi, but maybe they think that the Broodmother and Chen are strong enough to beat it. But I'm typically scared of tempting fate against Beastmaster.
Just ban it. Get it out of here. Get the Beastmaster out of here. Underword's still available too.
Underlord is quite nice into the Terrorblade Ench. Feels like it can stabilize the lane decently. Can struggle a little bit in that laning phase, but overall quite good for both sides.
Is this going to be mid Rubik? That's what they're assuming with the brew ban, right?
Mm-hmm. I would... Okay, so they actually banned Underlords, so Navi, if they want to take Beastmaster, they have it
No,
right in front of
it's
them.
banned. I was going to say Darkseer is available, but it's banned.
Beastmaster was first banned. I'm so stupid. Okay,
Yeah.
that's why it hasn't picked. I didn't see it right at the bottom of the draft, so there is no Beastmaster. Makes sense why they banned the Underlord then. Navi do really badly need an offlaner, and there's not a ton left in the pool. It's been pretty heavy target bans in terms of what's left. So now you're kind
Tide?
of looking at... Tide is a pretty good this game, honestly. I kind of like that as an off-meta here we don't see very often. You could also go for likes of maybe a Timber Saw, but your lockdown feels iffy on Navi. Let's see, Tide was a good suggestion. There is still Pangolier as well in the draft. I could see giving that into the offlane. You would be playing Pangolier Nyx Assassin, which is probably one of the weakest lanes I've ever heard in my life. But that being said, Nyx Assassin just runs between the towers and does little silly things as he will. What do they do for the side of Navi here? They're also going to be laning into a Chen, most definitely. And I guess that does mean, I mean, it makes sense, I guess, that they know this Rubik is made, considering there's a Spirit Breaker Chen. There is, I've seen, you know, mid Spirit Breaker before, but certainly not into SF, especially in Sanctity's SF, which has been so baller. They banned the Timbersaw themselves on Navi. Pangolier. I think it makes sense. I mean, the hero is quite strong into most of what LGD wants to do. They're still lacking damage on the side of LGD to potentially punish him. Should be an okay lane. I did like the Tidehunter, but it makes sense to just stick with Pangolier, who feels so strong. LGD probably looking for an offlaner of themselves, unless they want to go something wacky. Maybe Broodmother offlaner. Broodmother offlane. Time Zone faces Void. Show it to me, LGD.
Show it to me, LGD. Show me.
Show me to me, LGD.
Doom!
Oh, that makes sense. Actually, that one's pretty good. Sometimes we see Doom first phase banned. I kind of forgot he existed. It's been a while. Return to Doom. This LGD lineup is, it's quite scary, but not very scary if it falls behind at all, I would say. The lockdown is very much a struggle for the side of LGD here if they can't get lanes off to a decent start. Doom at least okay into Enchantress. Sometimes can eat the creep.
I really wish we could do interviews, because I'd like to know how much of an input Zayats has, because he's a new addition for this tournament. And he came in, and PMA came in for Nefrit, and I believe one other. I believe Zayats is a new addition, right? Am I wrong about that, guys? Is Zayats new here? No, maybe he's not.
Sure.
No, he's been here for a while.
I feel like he's been, yeah.
It was PMA who is the switch, but I still would like to know how much of a input he has, because it seems like he's the captain for the team, and I want to know what Sanctity's input is, because this is his first team post IHC, and that team had so much chemistry. Zayats isn't new, he's the captain. Yeah, it was PMA I was thinking about. Sorry about that. That was the swap. Hope it rains hard. Why would you ever say that?
That is so diabolical.
That's rude. Yeah.
Boy, what is this? Boy Young beatdown?
Yeah, Zayats isn't new in general. He's been around as a player for a long time. He's been impressive.
He's so good. I mean, I wonder if this new Earth Spirit facet would be enough for Zayats to ever pick it up again. He's really good at Earth Spirit.
I thought, truthfully, that we were going to see more Earth Spirit considering that change, and it read as being very strong. Just like we just saw Medusa for the first time, and Medusa felt very strong. Granted, that was a free Medusa game. Not free in the fact that the game against its opponents was easy, but they really didn't stop that Medusa from farming at all. Which is quite the surprise.
Yeah, Medusa was ignored in this draft, but Lycan's another one that we saw who got changed in this most recent patch, who feels like it's doing really well. Was kind of early banned in this game against the Rubik that they wanted to pick up.
That's crazy. I forgot Zayats got second at that TI in 2022.
What team was he on?
He was on Secret for that.
Oh, yeah.
That was when all of a sudden Resolution and Zayats slotted in to Secret at like the end of the year.
They were so good together.
And Rezo stood in for Ice Ice Ice, and then it was Rezo and Zayats, and that was like, they were so good in lane together. One of the best lanes out there. One that I would compare close to, if not as good as XXS Bobica. I'm behind the other stream. I took off my 30-second delay, but let me... What are you at, by the way, time-wise?
Oh, I'm at 27.6.
Okay, yeah, I have no delay.
Okay. Zayats, he got a last hit. I don't know what from. I guess he dewarded. Probably just a sentry on that small camp. Well, fight breakout here.
Looks like it might.
Here's the lanes that we expected. PMA. Not tempting fate. Zayats snatches away a rune though. And they do decent damage on Danu. This is really nice for him, or for them, heading into the laning phase.
What's your thoughts with Doom? Because we saw a lot of Doom skipping Midas.
Yes.
And I'm not the biggest fan of that.
It definitely just depends on the way that your game goes. I could see this game that being the case for the Doom. I mean, certainly... it is hard, though. I mean, Sanctity is going to be outputting so much magical damage that you want a pipe, but we've seen sometimes SF can struggle before that initial item to do so. So, I mean, I like the greedy style of Doom, especially we've been seeing some of these offlaners. You don't really expect Pango to go, like, first item pipe. Sometimes you see it second, but PMA especially, I feel like when we've seen him play this Pango, which he's been really impressive on, he likes to go more of, like, Blink, Yules, like, Lotus, these kind of utility items that aren't quite full aura. Could see maybe, like, a Crimson against the likes of Chen, Broodmother, but... could be a decent Midas game. It's just we haven't seen much Midas in general.
Yeah.
It's nice against ENG in a sense, but the game just feels like it can fall out of your hands so quickly. It's not always like, yeah.
It just seems like Doom doesn't get enough farm. Like, we were used to seeing these Dooms top of the net worth, using Devour, using Midas, getting a lot of gold in their pockets, and then you see the Doom, all of a sudden they're 4th, 5th, 6th in the net worth, and they're not really giving as much, in my opinion, to the game as maybe they could. They feel like just a Doom at that point. Or like they just get their pipe and now they have that, but like they're not feeling that strong.
Yeah, it's just ideally, you know, on most heroes, if you can't afford the Midas, you want to, but it feels like sometimes you can definitely fall behind in terms of your timings, and you aren't able to match the auras on the side of, you know, whatever team you're playing against. Nice snatch on the water rune from Zayats. They do try to get some damage on Iraqi here.
Got to be careful with the meta early, but 2 tanky heroes in the lane against him.
Yeah, any bot bracer. It's just a very strong lane. It's going to be Terrorblade, Enchantress, so you'd expect them to come out. You know, it's not just a strong lane. It's also a Spirit Breaker as your support. So it's going to be hard to get into that initial Midas timing for sure. You don't want to give up as much map space as you could. But yeah, I mean, it does kind of negate what we felt like Doom used to do, which was get to this point where, you know, 4 or 5 items, you have Blink, BKB, Refresher, Shivas, and whatnot, and you became, you know, the scariest hero on the map, essentially. Innocent steals the Lotus. And has to TP out as BYW.
Yeah. No first blood yet. Getting into the typical China Dota late first bloods is sometimes we see them pretty quickly. But we've had some games here that are like first blood at 6-7 minutes, where it's like the wisdom rune defense that ends up being and putting it that way.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of news courier.
Oh.
We've seen a lot of bloodbaths, and we've seen a lot of pretty slow games as well. This one shaping up to be a little bit slower, which makes sense. These lanes aren't, I mean, neither offlane is particularly that strong. They're dealing some good damage on Iraqi, but aren't able to kill him. I like this bracer from him. Makes it that much harder to be bursted. Sanctity happy to stack and get his farm up. Echo's happy to deal well in the lane. So both safe lanes, they have, you know, it's Chen versus ENG. They have this pretty decent lane setup, and not going to particularly, you know, punish very many heroes on either side. It'll be a slow and steady lead for these carries. Hiragi and Shiro both having pretty good times.
And Terrorblade probably going to want to farm a little bit more than this Brood, right? Brood goes Orchid or something like that, get that first item, you have that damage, you can run at these heroes and hopefully get these kills, but it's not so easy. We've seen Enchantress be a struggle to kill a lot, which is so frustrating, and it really does feel like it's such a nuisance, and if you don't get those early kills, you start to get frustrated.
A nuisance? Sorry. Yeah, no, I mean, Broodmother, although I think Broodmother is underrated for farming. She can't, like, because of the way that spiders work, for a long time, Broodmother is one of the best power farmers early on in the game, and because of Web's new. Not able to survive this one, certainly. First blood over to Uragi.
Yeah, getting that first blood, getting New. Uragi gets that kill. And that's that
being
power
said,
meta.
It's quite hard of a game for Brood. You can see Zayat's gonna be annoying the whole game for sure. Almost gets
Whoa,
that kill,
turning.
which would have been criminal. Let's see, PYW. It's just the matchup is hard into Terrorblade, and Pangolier is so annoying for you. You can't really kill the ENG for free. You can't really kill Zayats for free on this Nyx Assassin. So I do kind of struggle to see if Shiro's lead is going to amount to particularly much. At least you've got Echoes on this Rubik who's having a great time, and even though New is struggling a lot, he is Doom. Nice raise. Bash. Ooh.
Oh, and the Fade Bolt.
range.
Echo getting Sanctity. Yeah, having that bash, having that Fade Bolt, getting that kill.
Yeah, he actually didn't get a bash on the PYW, so they just ended up getting it. Feels nice for them. Innocence, not actually particularly farmed on this Chen. Sometimes we see Chen's really power farm is a thing that that hero can do since you just have the extra creep. Opting a little bit to stay more with Shiro. And now he's going to do the same thing. Melody, I mean, since it's a slow game, you know, you might as well get items on your position 5.
Make you stronger. Just do your thing. And he's got this Warpine Raider looking for the seed shot. Net onto Uragi. Charge coming in. And the Warpine Raider doesn't exactly do a lot outside of the seed shot, but you've got the Nature's Attendants. They go to the Blood Grenade, and you already know you can't kill him.
He
Does
gets
have a
level 6
point
where he
held.
does that engagement. Yeah. Not particularly scared on Uragi. This Bracer kind of doing big work for him down here. One of the only ways to throw these leads as Terrorblade is to just let your low base HP let you get bursted. And Malady, this is what we've seen from the Enches. You just max.
annoying.
Yeah, I mean, you don't. Yeah, you're annoying first and foremost. Maybe Echoes. Ooh, the bash is nicely timed. So actually ends up getting a kill. But you go into this heavy healing build, and then I think like level 7 or so, you start spamming the impetuses, trying to get a kill on Shiro.
Rolling Thunder.
Zayats
PMA.
is here.
Zayats is here to help, and Shiro is just trying to wait for PMA to stop if he could ever get that chance to get that kill, but it's not going to happen, and
Maybe.
will not clean up anything. Shiro, though, still farming okay, but Terrorblade's at the top, and that being said, Echo's having a good game to start.
Yeah, this is a nice response to the SF mid. SF can be very oppressive for certain matchups. Rubik is you know, it's just you stay at a distance, you fade bolt him over and over again. He has to buy regen. You steal the raise, and you know, instead of SF being the one who just, you know, one-shots the wave and then walks away, you can match him in that sense. Uragi does have the Sunder. Ooh.
Sunder to start. Doom's used a little bit late. Impale comes in from Zayats. Trying to get a kill on a Niu here. Blood Grenade thrown over as well. Niu needs to leave.
Yeah.
Doom is going to get the kill, but he'll fall afterwards. PYW able to TP out.
100 years worth.
Oh, Sanctity in trouble.
Ooh.
Requiem
Echoes.
thought
Oh.
about it. Fade Bolt in a second. Sanctity's dead.
Ooh.
That's so good from
Dancing
Echo.
so nicely. Dancing so nicely, and he's going for a different build than the mid Rubik we saw. I believe it was XM who played it very well. He's going into the Phylactery as opposed to we saw on Atos, which I think makes sense. You're lacking a little more damage on this LGD lineup compared to what XG had. Just so nicely played. You can tell Echoes is also, he's probably been one of the most impressive Shadow Fiend players we've seen as well at this tournament. So he can do that.
Niu just
Oof.
died. This is a big,
Yeah.
big shutdown here.
Ooh, tries to get the kill on Echoes. This early magic damage from Rubik could be annoying for specifically Enchantress and Iragi, who are kind of running away with the game. But Sanctity,
really
if you talk about Echoes being one of the best SFs, Sanctity is certainly, probably in my opinion, actually the best SF at this tournament. Been so consistent every game on it. Gets so much farm, and even though Rubik is ahead of him in net worth, well, not anymore. Even though Echoes was ahead in net worth, and they're, oof, Iragi, this is not what you expect.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder coming in. Yuragi here, going for Shiro. Melody's in as well. They'll look for the high five. They'll get the kill, and they'll take this tower. Truthfully, I don't think there's really much they could do to stop it. They can glyph and delay it a little bit, but I don't think so.
Yeah, not quite able to. And one thing about this phylactery is it takes a little bit to get out from Echoes, and just the last few seconds of that metamorphosis is going to be all the difference. Can they get Zayats?
Swashbuckle available on Echo. They'll get the kill on his Zayats. They'll look for PMA, but he's not easy to control.
Really big moves from Navi here. You want to really, like, you want to make the map really small for Shiro as much as you can, because this hero can kind of run away with how much net worth you can accrue through the spiders and the webs. That being said, Shiro hasn't really been able to. Really nice punish from Yuragi. Don't expect a Terrorblade as well, and they open up that top tower. LGD ideally want to get this bottom tower as well, but Navi isn't going to let you the best of their ability.
Yeah. Really shouldn't allow them to, and now the charge comes through, though. Swashbuckle from Echo. Telekinesis. They got to watch this under. Doom before he's able to get it off. He's dead on the screen already. The Fade Bolt is there. Echo gets another kill, and this is... Sometimes we see Rubik so silent in the early game, but the Vendetta, the Impale on the edge, and there's the Rolling Thunder. Echo's in trouble. He's going to die not before he gets off a Fade Bolt. New, he's also low. Down goes a second. Malady gets that. Requiem is used. Shiro in trouble. He needs to run. He's on his webs. He's under the tower. He's away from the team. He's safe, but man, that feels pretty bad for LGD, because it is very easy as PYW, the damage too much. It is very easy to get off to a burst of a start as Rubik, and then you die once or twice, and that game kind of is over.
Yeah, Rubik, especially mid, I think, if you can't get these positioning items, and, you know, Echoes kind of feels forced to go phylactery for the damage, Pangolier can be so obnoxious for you, Nyx Assassin can be so obnoxious for you. Just anything that gets on top of you as Rubik, you don't have very much HP to deal with it, and could struggle a little bit here. Echoes is kind of their saving grace in this early game, doing so much walking around the map, but starting to feel his impact lessen. And Core is just sitting at the top here, all on Navi.
Ray's stolen again. You've got this phylactery we've talked about a couple times, and what else do you want from Rubik here?
Honestly, I almost want to see him go something like, I mean, either straight BKB, which would be a little bit interesting, but, you know, then you can get bursted by the Terrorblade if they ever catch a stun on you. I mean, I want to say, I mean, as support Rubik, you're always doing something like Glimmer or Force Staff. I almost would want to do it on mid as well this game. And Malady, we've seen it from him before. Is he gonna die?
Dead. Oh my god. Just casually healing up all that health, but eventually dead.
Eventually dead. And now LGD gets to open up this bottom tower. Nice movement from them. I'm a little surprised Navi didn't want to do anything about it, considering there is no Doom. The Chen Broodmother, a little bit of a summon strat. We don't see those as much these days, but picks the tower fast, farms up nicely. But yeah, it's kind of hard, the itemization here for Echoes on this Rubik. You want something like a Blink, you want something like a Force Staff, but if Nyx Assassin can get on top of you, so he is going to go the Force Staff. That's probably my favorite option, I think, into Pangolier and the Enchantress with the slows. It gives you a little bit of HP through the Fluffy Hat as well. Gotta be diligent about buying your raindrops. So it's a nice decision, but doesn't make his game much easier.
We've watched a lot of these games, and it seems like every single game, Navi, and this is with zero offense, this is with zero malice, they struggle to hit the high ground, and they look not good doing it, to be honest.
Yeah.
If you're having that conversation throughout the tournament, what are you really trying to change? That's been what from what you have seen, what's the biggest thing that's been making that a struggle?
I think that sometimes Navi struggles a little bit with their Aegis priority. Specifically, we watched Zayat's gonna stalk the Doom. Can stun him with a Spike Carapace, but he does not have enough damage at the moment to solo kill. He doesn't have to if Sanctity can get there, but doesn't have the Blink. Went for the Kayayasha. Malady going this deep.
Yeah.
Can be hard. They do get the
Yeah.
kill though, but PYW.
Fadeable Nether
no man's
Strike.
land.
He is in no man's
He forced
land,
meta and
but
rolling.
can he get out? He's got a couple of charges, and he should be able to bulldoze, maybe walk
Uraki
away from
is
this
so
one.
low.
He's so tanky. Hand of God was used. PYW finally dying. Doom's going to be used on Sanctity. The chase is on. Infernal Blade, they'll use the Manta, or the Illusion Rune, sorry. As Shiro coming around the bend, trying to get this kill onto the SF, who's not going to die. This Metamorphosis, though, the right-click damage on Echo. Telekinesis, there's the Sunder on a Shiro. Echo's in trouble. Shiro has to get to the low ground, and Echo's now dead. They'll chase after this Broodmother. They'll look over at Innocence. They lose 2 there on the side of LGD. NAVI. They are still trying to get more. They want this kill. They'll enchant Innocence, an Impish shot, a shield crash, and a kill into the Chen.
His standstill. And you did go for Midas, by the way, so feeling that this game was slow enough for him to do so, and don't think it's a horrible option. That fight was just so awkward. I really liked the Doom from New onto Sanctity, but he was just able to kind of walk away, and when you're watching that fight, especially from my perspective, I want to see what Echoes is doing on this Rubik. He doesn't have that positioning item yet in the Force Staff, so getting into a fight where he's on the low ground is a little bit awkward. He actually used the shield crash that he stole to get onto the high ground, but it meant that by the time he was up there, he didn't have a stolen spell. He didn't have any shield because he didn't hit anybody. He used it for mobility. And it just kind of gets lost in this like awkward spot. Sanctity just walks away. No cares on this SF. And that engagement was really awkward. It doesn't end up, thankfully, biting them too much. There's not any objectives, like key objectives that went down. But I would be worried about Navi going into the Roshan in this next, like, 4-minute window in this top side that they have pretty good vision set up for on Malady.
The 3,000 net worth lead, and all the cores looking really good. Interesting net worth. There was one game yesterday we saw the checkered net worth, but this time it is looking like what we've seen a lot in these games, where it's just all one team's cores towards the top for a while, as PYW is going to die here to Sanctity. They've got the Yules on Echo, with the Rolling Thunder still going. Requiem charged up, the Telekinesis, now the Requiem unneeded. The Raze is there, they'll get themselves another, and Sanctity, he has got himself a double kill, really starting to do some work.
Yeah, this is really worrisome. I love PMA's build on this Pango. Doesn't go for the pipe, doesn't do anything silly. He goes Blink, and then he goes into the Yules. It's such a nice Yules game. Hiragi, a little bit smarter than that. Oh, Blink from Zayats. He didn't go for this kind of greedy Dagon build we've seen. He actually went for the Blink just straight up to go catch, and they have 2 Blinks on the side of Navi, so we've seen teams sometimes on, it was like JT in this last series on the Primal Beast. I wanted him to go early Blink Dagger. Went for the pipe instead, and it felt like it was hard for them to expand their lead. This game, Navi doesn't make that mistake. They go PMA, goes first item, Blink Dagger. Zayats goes first item, Blink Dagger, trying to enable Uragi, who's such a menace. Innocence takes a long time to go down, though.
He's
And he has
tanky,
a Force
but...
Staff. Oh. Echo's Force Staff to creep instead of Innocence.
I was going to say he's still dead, but he ends up surviving. Okay.
He was so tanky. They actually smoke up, considering that he didn't use Rolling Thunder, but the meta is going to be going down soon. Navi wants to get this Roshan while the meta is up, but it's a little bit awkward from Uragi. Would have been so simple if you got that kill on Innocence.
We really haven't felt the power of Shiro this whole game.
And we might not.
Yeah, he might just die here. Rolling Thunder coming through. Shiro taking a lot of damage. They do not have Hand of God. They're going to lose Shiro very quickly. Spike Carapace is what's stolen. Doom comes through onto this Terrorblade. This is a good Doom. He might tick out. They've got the Raze, though, on a Niu. Is he... Oh, charge there. Makes sure of it. Uragi's going to die, and now they're going to go after this Nyx Assassin. They get the kill on the Zayats, even without this Brood for the beginning. I mean, they go for PYW now, and Shiro, now trying to get a kill here on a PMA. If Shiro dies again, this could be massive. Sanctity trying to get some damage out with that amplified damage, but eventually they'll start to fall back on the side of Navi.
Interesting fight. I mean, you're preventing Navi from doing the Roche in the top side, which is nice. Having to buy back on Shiro, though, is really the big loss from LGD. I like the idea behind it, but wasn't quite able to get, I feel, enough out of it to where it's going to feel good in this next kind of 8 minutes or so before that's back up. Oof. Tough for Shiro, but all things considered, still a very playable game state from LGD. Although Yules, we've seen Yules SF before, but How about Pangazul's into Shadow Fiend Requiem? So nice from PMA. He's so far in this game, he's my MVP almost for sure. Obviously, it's a little bit early to say that, but in this first 20 minutes, he's just played so consistently, so well. Hiragi, I like his... He goes this early shard that I was talking about on Terrorblade, helps him farm a lot. Makes him a little bit more aggressive when meta is down, and poof, Echoes.
Echo in trouble,
Yeah.
raises her aim, the force staff to try and escape, but not going to be there. Looking to get Zayats, but they don't have the damage immediately. He'll use that Spike Carapace. New's in trouble. He'll fall. 3 heroes dead technically with the Baragon.
Yeah, and they're going to heal up with Malady here, and be really surprised if they didn't try to walk into the Tormentor. This is an incredible timing from Navi to get this kind of fight. Can PYW do anything about it on the Spirit Breaker? Doesn't feel like it. Has the Shadow Blade, but not much else. Oof, this is a tough situation for them, and they're just going to slowly take this Tormentor, being a little apprehensive, but going to steal away so much net worth, and shard onto Zayats feels incredible. Nyx Assassin always wants to buy that, but has few ways of actually farming into it.
Should be able to get another shard in your hands on your own Tormentor when you go back that way.
Yeah, Enchantress, that's another kind of benefit of hers. Even though she doesn't, you know, properly enable lockdown is kind of the biggest struggle that Ench has. She has a really strong laning phase, and she's great at taking objectives. The healing is really nice for taking Tormentor. Obviously, she's incredible at Roche. She provides so much vision with her creep. She's hard to kill, so she provides a lot of vision just by standing around and being undying, in a sense. Malady, feeling very, very good on this Enchantress. I feel like if I could have him on this every game, I might opt to. And Shiro, I haven't felt the impact of this Broodmother very much. I think PMA on this Pangolier has really had Shiro's number, and Zayats as well.
Charge over to mid, and you can see Shiro's net worth really not keeping up at all.
Yeah, and you've got Sanctity. He's recognizing that BKB doesn't feel as nice against what is Doom and Spirit Breaker, which I think both these heroes, in a sense, are trying to negate the impact of a Shadow Fiend, especially we've seen so many, like, you know, Blink BKB Requiems. No funny business from Sanctity, straight into the Ags, and I mean, the Ags is going to feel so much better.
Oh, Shiro, Requiem in, he's dead again. Never really have seen a game where just Brood having less than 0 effectiveness.
Yeah, this Brood pick, the Terrorblade pick, honestly, is one of the nicest things, I think, from Navi, but leaving that Pangolier open for PMA, he's looked so comfortable on this hero. He's utilized his net worth and his levels so well. He's like, he's kind of everywhere, and you weren't able to particularly... You picked this Chen, I believe, into the Nyx Assassin, and Chen actually has a pretty decent matchup nowadays under the Chen, which I didn't quite think about at the initial start, but the Mind Flare from Nyx Assassin just kills any creep with mana. So you can't get some of those super high value creeps that Chen usually wants to, those kind of ghost creeps, the mana burn. They just get zapped by Zayats. Feels like everybody in LGD is getting zapped by Zayats. And Echoes, we haven't talked much about him because I feel like he hasn't done much on this mid-Rubik, you know, quite frankly, in the past 13 minutes or so. He was so active in this first part of the game.
Yeah.
But now it's really a struggle. Zayats goes this early blink, PMA goes this early blink. He needs a BKB before he can even begin to think about playing these fights, and even when he's playing these fights, it doesn't feel like he's able to get a meaningful steal at all. I mean, on Navi, if you're looking to deny the steal from Echoes, which of course you're always trying to, there's so many ways to do it. PMA, always going to use the shield crash. You're never giving away Rolling Thunder if you're smart about it.
Right.
Zayats hasn't given away Impale because he's using Spike Carapace as soon as he impales, which I think has been really smart from him. And SF as well, what is the extremely useless SF spell?
Oh,
He just presses that after he Requiems,
Yeah.
and it's really hard to steal it. So Echoes, it feels like he doesn't really have anything good to steal outside of, I mean, Shield Crash is what he's been getting the most, and if that's your best ability on Rubik to steal...
His Feast of Souls.
Yeah, Feast of Souls. Horrible spell. So yeah, I mean, oof, what do you do on Echoes here even once you get into the BKB?
I'll be honest, you just kind of wait and see if Navi are going to do what they've done. Pretty much every game we've watched them is get a 10,000 net worth lead and struggle to go high ground. And if you're Navi, you really want to just hold it and continue the status quo with this Aegis and maybe break the high ground, which what looks to be ease. But I've said that about Navi so many times.
Thankfully, this time they do have a Terrorblade, but playing into Doom and Spirit Breaker, sometimes these heroes can actually be really oppressive for taking the high ground.
Dust on him. Echoes is here.
Malady, I mean,
this is never easy.
Target.
No, it's not. PYW is going to be the one who dies instead. Hand of God gets used for PYW. Whoa, he gets whirlwinded on the charge by that Wild Wing, and they'll get Innocence. So PYW is somehow able to TP out. Shiro's trying to go for Zayats. They do get that kill. He'll pop his BKB. So will Niu. They thought about the Requiem for a second, but the chase is on anyway. They've got the damage with the Metamorphosis. Charges in onto the Terrorblade, but they've got Guardian Greaves.
Yeah, I mean, the ball from Na'Vi, it feels unstoppable. You have so much healing on the side of Innocence, but it just doesn't feel like you have enough oomph, really, to get benefit from this Chen. Doesn't feel like you have enough damage, and Niu, he has to pop the BKB, which he freshly got. Isn't able to get a Doom onto anybody because PMA isn't particularly showing. Sanctity isn't showing, and then Yuragi's just in the front line with this Aegis, so you have no Doom target. You're stuck in this weird, awkward spot, and you wanted to be ahead at this point in LGD, and now you're so far behind. Na'Vi apprehensive to take the high ground in most games, even in this game, being a tiny bit apprehensive, but
right.
It just feels like LGD, there's no meaningful timing in the next, 4 or 5 minutes before this next Roche, even before this next item timing from Sanctity, and I mean, you're going on to Malady again.
This is never easy, and they continue to just try, and this is one of the downfalls we see from so many teams. They try to go for this hench, and they end up dying. They'll lose Shiro. Oh, man.
I mean, BKB is out on Echoes, but again, BKB is, I mean, it's not damage. That's what you're struggling with on the side of LGD. It's really going to be all on that Doom, so once the Aegis expires from Yuragi, that's the most important timing you'll probably have. But Sanctity already built into a Linken's, and Yuragi just about finishing up a Scotty. Even if you can't get the Doom, it feels like maybe at best you're killing the single target that you hit. PYW trying to solve the game the best he can.
Dusted,
but,
Demon Zeal, the damage, and dead.
The Zeal. And also the slow coming out from that Orb of Corruption actually really some meaningful. Malady. These teams in commanding positions that take the Wisdom Rune, and Malady buys a gem himself. Not even giving it to like PMA or, Zayats, like maybe a tankier here. Well, in theory, tankier. Because Malady is the true tank of this team. Has he died? This game, I think it was once. Once he died, maybe?
Yeah, once or twice. If they click on him, we'll see. 2-8 here for Niu, 7-2 for Sanctity.
They just, they feel so confident on all these heroes, and I mean, Shiro might feel confident on the Brood, but I certainly don't watching this game. And Zayat's bug on bug.
Missing the stun. Yules, Rolling Thunder, right as he hits the ground. Right clicks in. Hand of God's there. Not going to matter. Shiro's gone with the BKB being popped by Niu. He's forced to run. Charge comes through and hits onto Yuragi, but this is not good for LGD. Yules on a PYW. He'll try to Nether Strike, but it is a long cast time.
It certainly is. And GG out from Shiro. I think that's appropriate given the game state. So Navi, they don't even have to go high ground. Enough mental damage inflicted, and LGD tap out of this one.
It's
Felt pretty hopeless.
Way easier when they just called GG, and Navi won nothing in a very convincing fashion.
so that he doesn't get too uppity.
Oh no.
Try to be quick about it. But before I leave, I'm putting my personal MVP, I think, to PMA. I think he just played extremely clean this game, but I'll be happy if it goes to really any member of Navi. I think they played all well, but Zayats and Malady, I think Zayats, Malady, PMA just felt like they were everywhere on the map.
Yeah, they really did. They did so much.
So I will be back, hopefully somewhere in the middle of this next game.
Sure.
And subscribe to twitch.tv/bcop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take a quick break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom as well, so I'm gonna play some music here, and then we'll be back with game 2 soon. I just gotta figure out what I want to play. I'll play. Oh, maybe they don't have that song. Let's play. Let's play this. I'll be back. Play some Talking Heads. I don't know if that'll get me taken off YouTube, but I can see if they have something live that I could play from Talking Heads that won't get me in trouble. Alright, here we go. single match of this event and beg for subs and donations. I came here
Didn't your internet
to
go out
beg.
in the middle of the games yesterday?
No, my internet went out right after I pressed end stream. It was crazy.
That is pretty crazy.
I went to go lay down. Does my mom know I'm staying up so late? Actually, she's in New York right now, and she does know I'm spending all this time streaming to you guys. Sunny D Show, thank you for the sub. Thank you. With Twitch Prime, it's taking money away from Jeff Bezos. Begging works, it does.
Yep. All right,
Yeah.
Bezos is not going to be happy about you giving your prime subs to B-Cop, everybody. So just
Just
kind
keep
of
doing
watch
it.
yourself. You're making an enemy out of a powerful man. Speaking of
Oh.
a powerful man, B-Cop, Dragon Knight, open things up here on LGD.
Hold on. Atreborn and Ziggles, thank you for your Twitch Prime. We're on a hype train. Yes, Dragonite, pretty strong hero for LGD. Let's see. Tiny picked early. And we'll see if it's Zayat's Tiny or Sanctity Tiny, because Sanctity is good with this hero too.
Right?
Very strong.
Rubik picked up in response to
Rubik.
the Witch Doctor. Being able to steal anything other than Voodoo Restoration, even stealing Voodoo Restoration isn't that bad. But all of Witch Doctor's spells feel amazing to grab as a Rubik. I do like this. Flexible, some people have played this mid lately, although it's almost certainly going to be the tiny mid, right?
Do you think
I
they
was
figured out
Go
the
ahead.
answer to Tiny Toss, or is it still OP? I think it's been nerfed where it's not as strong anymore, but it still feels pretty rough for some heroes against it. Oh, Lena in the crowd, rooting for LGD. Also, we hit the Twitch Prime hype train thanks to Shadow Broker 2K with their Twitch Prime sub. Weaver getting picked up here for Navi, and we've seen some 5-position Weavers.
we were watching that one the other. Were you in that game? Or was it John? All the games are kind of melting together for me.
Trust me, I know the feeling.
We're watching a Weaver, maybe a Shadow Demon sitting behind this team that was sieging high ground, and they just could not do anything. I'm not sure if that was you. But Weaver, incredibly solid pause 4. I mean, bugs are as annoying as ever. Minus armor is still a very powerful strategy right now, so anything that does that, including Weaver, is a real pain in the ass to play against. Although, you're less likely to flex this Weaver to pause 4 when you have a Rubik in your draft. It's almost certainly going to be a Rubik 4. Neither of these feel very good to play as a pause 5.
Right.
Because they need a little bit of gold
What?
going their way.
I mean, Weaver S5 is fine. We've seen it be fine. But I wouldn't disagree with you too much. Hoodwink.
Better not.
I would never disagree with you that much.
Hoodwink good. One of the better supports. It does a lot of, I mean, he's going to trade favorably in the lane with both the Weaver and the Rubik. As long as you get the trick shot with the Acorn shots pretty early. The other talent isn't nearly as good. I will admit I didn't go as far down in 3.73 on the patch as Hoodwink. I think I stopped at B.
You mean 7.37?
That's the one.
Very funny.
Listen, I've spent the last like 5 hours watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood
Hell
and playing
yeah!
old school RuneScape.
Now
It's
you're
been a
watching something good. A little Brotherhood in your life. I love it.
Yeah.
Somebody said, now that Weaver does not have the extra ability at the start, do you think it's still viable as a support? It doesn't feel as strong, but I think it's still good. I do think it's still good. We've seen it work out well. Like, it's still getting you vision, putting the swarm on. Like, the damage is still there. It's not as high, but it's still good. Timber. Could be PMA Timber.
I mean, it's good against both these matchups that you see right now. Sand King and Dragon Knight both flex over to mid lane, and Timbersaw is good against both of them. So it makes sense that they would pick that one up. They can switch to the offlane if that's what they feel like doing as well. Whirling Death just being able to destroy both of those heroes. I feel like it deals pretty well with the damage that comes out from Dragon Knight because he's not able to burst Timber Saw 100 to 0. He takes advantage of reactive armor a little bit more against a hero like DK as a carry. So I do like the Timber Saw quite a bit. A lot of heroes. I mean, you're playing like musical heroes here with NAVI.
Right.
LGD have to be a little bit concerned about who's going where at this point, because you've got a pretty good idea on like where all these LGD heroes are going to go. It's almost certainly going to be Witch Doctor 5, Hoodwink 4. And what did you see the last hero come out? You're going to be pretty sure of where the Sand King is going to go.
Yeah.
It is almost certainly going to be mid or the off lane.
I would assume it's safe lane. Although, thinking about everything everybody likes, not really screaming Neo hero at me.
They have both the Ursa and the Troll Warlord. I see this so often when the Sand King's picked up. They get rid of these two. What was it that was picked up last when I saw this? God, I'm losing it, B-Cup. I might be getting too old. I can't remember things that happened just yesterday.
You're younger than me. Terrorblade
I know.
again for Na'Vi. As Yuragi just sips his tea or coffee. By the way, Squeegee, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate ya. You too could be a sponsor of this stream, just like them, if you use the donation button at the bottom of the screen. Kisses. Mwah. He said, enjoy sleeping for a week after this tournament. Probably. Because this is the penultimate
Go
day.
ahead.
This is the second to last day. I didn't even realize that.
Honestly, this Terrorblade isn't that much of a threat. You've got
There's so much
decent
lockdown.
to begin with. You've pretty good magical burst damage as well. Death Ward deals pure now, so it's not really like the armor from unless they change that in 7.37.
Rojo kind of sounds like Neff, not gonna lie. Yeah, Rojo's walking Charlie Brown. So, I got Neff stepping in. Oh, I didn't start a prediction for you guys. I'm sorry. There you guys go. Ooh, Mars. So that is a very strong Neo hero. And it ends up being a mid Sand King.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Mars against the Terrorblade and the Weaver quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty easy to block him from stealing spells just by spamming Bulwark. I don't like it against the Timbersaw, though. You've got 3 frontline strength heroes, 3 melee frontline strength heroes that the Timbersaw is going to get to play against, so Whirling Death is just going to go absolutely crazy this game. So you really have to find the Timbersaw at the beginning of these team fights and burst him down. Hell, you have to make sure this guy has a miserable game. I feel like if you let him get like early Eternal Shroud and a little bit more bulk, maybe he'd be able to save himself from stuns or from the enemy team with a Lotus Orb or something like that. But if he doesn't get shut down, he's just going to pop off this game. I'm very concerned for LGD. I know that your team China here, B-Cop, but I think this is Timber's game.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I haven't been as biased in this event, I would say. But yeah, it definitely looks like it could be Timber's game. 3 strength heroes it's going up against, right?
Yep. Mars, Sand King, and Dragon Knight.
Oof. I can really...
Yeah, so no matter what lane he plays, he's going to have a pretty favorable matchup, and he's going to be able to do a lot of damage in these team fights. They do, like we mentioned, have a lot of stuns and ways to like lock him down and blow him up so he can't Timber Chain and come in and out of the fights. But if he has a good enough lane, then that's not really going to matter. So it's a Timbersaw show, this game. I'm calling it now.
This could
Unless
end up
these
being 2
I
China
think-
teams eliminated all of a sudden. And I think
wait,
you're
who won
right.
the last series?
Nigma did. They beat
What?
IG 2-1.
That's messed up. The team that everyone thought, just got handed an invite for the sake of viewers ends up popping off?
I know.
They own the group stage, and now they're owning the playoffs.
I know. I know.
All right, Mr. Athlast is calling this the Weaver Show instead of the Timbersaw Show. I'm gonna come back to you, Athlast. I've written your name down. I'm getting my trusty notepad out right now.
All right, there, Steve.
You will be shamed if this doesn't end up being the case. This Weaver better pop off this game.
Also, I want to say, Dylan, thank you for the 6.66 donation. That's Dylon, and Dylon, because I spit hot fire. Thank you. Appreciate that. If you knew that reference, I appreciate you as well.
What is this COT 7 TV emoji? This is insane.
What?
30秒后战斗开始。
The 7 TV COD? I love that emote.
Yeah.
It looks good. Do you have 7 TV installed? The extension?
Yeah. I can see
Oh,
it.
thank God. So you can see you can see this? Wait, hold on. I think it's all caps.
Yeah. I've been appreciating those the last 2 days. Those have been good.
响彻全场。
Speak up. I gotta say, awooga.
I will say too, people have been just doing I think this one. Yeah, that one's hilarious.
That one's
I
pretty
think
good.
that's very funny. Chat's been great. I love every moment of it. You guys are hilarious. I rip and rhyme, I rhyme and I rhyme and I rip, and I that is the way because I'm Dylon and I spit hot fire. Yeah, exactly. Sanctity on the tiny mid. This doesn't feel like the most amazing matchup against SK, right?
I think it's fine. I was talking to one of the players on the team that was managing this season. Oh, first blood. Xantic, who, by the way, this guy spends like the entire season at like 11K, like ranked 200 to 400.
Yeah.
Now the season's over. He's done playing. He hits 13K. He's like fucking top 50 now. He waited all season playing like shit, and now he's owning in pubs.
Yeah.
These are the players that I have to manage. I'm so pissed off about. Why can't you own while I'm managing you? Why have to wait till the end of the season? Anyways, he says that his strategy in pubs right now is just first picking Tiny, it gets banned 90% of the time, and then he picks SF, it gets banned 60% of the time, and then he picks some other hero, and the game actually happens. So, a very value pub hero right now to be played in the mid lane is Tiny.
If it could survive in the lane up against the SK. See how that goes. And I do like Mew here on this Mars. There's control for the Yuragi terribly. There's a lot of control on this team. Everybody's got something on LGD. Just a question of whether or not they have the damage.
Yeah, they're trying to put the hurt onto Timbersaw right now on these early levels and doing a decent job at it. Ends up hurting pretty bad underneath that Maledict. I mean, once he gets like 2 points reactive armor, at that point it's going to be a little bit too tricky for the Dragon Knight to be able to shove him out of lane with just his right click. So have to take advantage of things as they are now. Well, what do we got? I mean, this hero's come back a little bit, which was surprising given that the only thing that they changed in Terrorblade this patch was the metamorphosis damage, but this is the second time I've seen him in the last 2 days. Has he been picked more than that in the games that I haven't been watching?
Which hero?
Terrorblade.
Mainly by Navi.
I see. Yuragi special then?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, look, he's turning it on him. The Sand King almost gets chased out of lane. How the tables turn there, Beakup. This is the power of this small guy.
Just
I'm
for
telling you,
now.
my boy Sanctity, he's got a quarry to settle.
He definitely does. Sanctity's been one of my most impressive players in this event so far. Him and 1J, as well as, I would say, Zayat's here. All looking pretty strong in my eyes.
Zayats has been playing incredible from what I've seen. haven't been with you for all these matches, just a couple, but his Rubik has just been popping off.
Yeah, his Rubik's really good. His Techies is really good. Everything's looked really strong for him. I've been impressed. As only that one kill so far. This thing's sitting pretty quiet. Not too much craziness happening at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Tenken's gonna rotate. He TPs to be able to secure the water rune on top of the bounty. Otherwise, I think he would be able to snatch both that. So he doesn't want to give him too much mana bag. Otherwise, he's gonna eat a bunch of extra tosses. So you do have to waste the TP, put that on cooldown. You're not able to rotate, but odds are you're not going to make a rotation in any of these side lanes over the next like 80 seconds, anyways. So denying Sanctity of that, his own bounty rune and that second water rune ends up being a pretty big deal for limiting the amount of harass that he's taking.
There's a sentry down, so not exactly as safe as it gets right now for the Sand King.
And I wanted to look at the CS chart. Dragon Knight's actually sitting at 33-3 compared to the Timbersaw's 21-1 and like 10 CS ahead of the Terrorblade as well. So he's doing fine down here. I guess the sustain that you get from like double Bracer and Dragon's Blood is more than enough to survive these Whirling Deaths, even though you're adding this extra damage because he's a strength hero.
UOW dying there to Malady.
Yep.
Maybe a little bit unexpected, but Weaver can still put that damage out as a support.
Timbersaw, by the way, if you look at his skill build, he's opted to go 2-1-1. So instead of trying to have a bunch of extra sustain in lane to be able to heal up, instead he wants to be able to put the pressure on and potentially look for a kill the moment that he hits level 6. The extra points in the Whirling Death do make a lot of sense given that you're playing against 3 frontline strength heroes.
Looking for that Bushwhack, not going to get that as they hit level 6 here. They do have that grow and Sanctity. He's going to have some help. Also, Innocence showing up. 6-minute rune is a haste picked up by the Weaver. Bushwhack connects, but the Weaver is here. They've got the toss. Echo in trouble. Zayats is also here. And they've got the Shikuchi. They have the Swarm on him. The tree will land, and Sanctity's got the kill on Echo.
Very nice. As we in that last tree toss off, well, we had all that minus armor. They hadn't quite taken off the bug. Weaver's such a pain in the ass to deal with, man. He does so much damage even when you're like just chasing people down, not getting any auto attacks off. Bug's too strong? I think so. They've been nerfed a couple of times already too.
Bug heroes in general right now are too strong.
Oh, right. This part, very important. Shutting down the Timbersaw early on for Navi, I feel, is very important. Part of what they need to do that is early level 6s on both the supports. So, 7 minutes. I was expecting Navi to contest this Wisdom Rune, but they end up just letting PYW have it. So, 1-for-1 on the Wisdom Rune trade. No heroes moving to contest there. So
Maledict?
Well, yeah, I think
he's fine. Looked like he might have been in trouble for a second, but I say that, breathe fire, Maledict, and they get the Dragon Tail. They chase him under the tower, and they still run him down. That's a bit of a shock. Just
think they
going
expected
into the
to
tower
dart
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think so either. Arena and God's Rebuke. No spear, not needed, and they'll get the kill with the Arena. So Niu getting that, and all of a sudden it's 3-2 as they get a couple of kills there. Echo's game not terrible compared to the net worth of Sanctity, and it'll be an amplified damage rune bottom that will be controlled by the side of Navi.
It was on time to be a pretty big deal. Be able to put out a lot of damage with just like an auto attack and a tree toss. See if they can turn that into anything, though. I'm not sure they will. I'm most surprised by the fact that among all the cores, the Timbersaw's thing at the bottom of the net worth.
Yeah, his lane's not been amazing, has it been?
Well, Witch Doctor's done a great job at keeping the harass up on him. I think like basically every time Maldek's has been off the cooldown, end up dropping that on him.
Oh, Yuragi's here. They get the kill on a PMA, but now Shiro in trouble. Yuragi will start to clean up.
天辉下塔，
As Innocence will die, Shiro's dead. Avalanche toss with the amplified damage. Yuragi's got another kill. And it's a good rotation for Navi. They would have liked to save PMA, but they get something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's big in the way that you get 3 for 1, but it's Timbersaw that you want to have a good early game. He's not even level 6 yet.
天辉下塔，
So he goes down before they find any of those kills, so he's going to be incredibly underleveled. Yuragi's going to TP back up top lane, so they can't get too much damage off on the tower. But yeah, really unfortunate game for the Timbersaw. This is exactly what LGD want, though. I was saying at the beginning of this, man, if they shut down the Timbersaw's early game, then they might be all right, given the fact that, you know, so much is riding on him this game.
Right.
Yeah, making all the right moves. So, genius level IQ from LGD? I'm thinking so.
I guess if they can maintain it.
Yeah, dude, it's like 10 minutes your offlaner gets level 6. That's rough.
Yeah. I never want to see that.
Yeah, especially not in a game where this is supposed to be so good. Yeah, 9 minutes 50 seconds. He finally ends up getting in, clears that last camp out. Does get himself an arcane ring, so a little bit of extra mana to work with. But this is you picked Timbersaw in the perfect Timbersaw game, and you are not having a great time so far.
No, it's not. It's been a good lane, and you're only slightly behind the Tiny, but you'd like to be definitely a lot higher here for the side of Navi on this Timber.
全部打包带走，
Sanctity coming over to look for PYW, and
夜眼上
That's is also here. He's level 6. Not gonna find PYW. He's only level 5. Looking for level 6. Was sitting there mid to do so. They've got Arena again, but you might want to hold it as he's closing into the BKB.
I think Mars is happy doing his own thing right now.
天辉下
I mean, he's not going to go out of his way to drop an arena. If someone comes up and tries to contest him, then he'll use it.
And they've got heroes coming in. He drops the Arena. Not a good one. Avalanche coming through on a 2. Cask bouncing around. They're going to steal Bulwark, but they'll get the kill onto Innocence. Spear thrown back. Neo needs to run. He doesn't have an arena to work with. Sharpshooter, though. The damage. The Terrorblade will survive. And PYW able to TP out. So,
It forces them to rethink who they're targeting there. Well, gets him off the Mars and gets out. Unfortunately, doesn't turn that into anything. Pretty neutral for both teams. Anyway, like I was saying before, this is ideal for LGD. The fact that the Timbers is having such a bad time. Not actually, Tiny's doing a little bit worse than the Timbers now. When did this start happening?
well,
What's this all about? He's just not farming.
Yeah, he's not farming. He went bottom. They got those kills, but they went to the Terrorblade more than anything. So it's a bit of a struggle. Right now, DK
天辉军
is
团，
top of the net worth.
夜眼军团正在扫描。
Shiro's had aggression on him. He's died, but he's had an open lane. Other than that,
天辉中塔
a
正
few
受到
deaths
攻击
haven't really hindered his farm too much.
All right, they're gonna scout out these stacks, pull under the smoke. We'll see if they establish vision and take a team fight and then steal these stacks. It would be ideal here for LGD. Perfect, perfect.
They're scanned, but Melody's gonna come over here and realize it's not just Shiro stealing these stacks. It's a lot of these heroes, and he actually walks into a lot of danger, but gets that time lapse off, and they commit the Death Ward to it. So they tried to really get this kill, but unfortunately for the side of LGD, Sharpshooter, Death Ward all used, and they don't even get this Weaver.
They commit a lot. They don't get the Weaver, but they do get the stacks. Because they don't manage to find a kill there, it means they're forced to back off instead of going for that tier 1 tower. If they manage to find a kill as well in that triangle, they could make a play of going for that tier 1 bottom and then contesting the Wisdom Rune as well. But that's going to slow things down a little bit for LGD.
Hero's coming over. Blink away. We'll be safe for now. This game's pretty quiet. I'm surprised that we're not seeing more with maybe the Blink Arena, but as I say that, Blink over to Ziots. They go and get the Arena down now on a 2. Avalanche is there. Sharpshooter gets the kill. Tosses onto Niu from Echo, dropping down on him, and well, they'll take that kill. They'll back away.
Yeah, unfortunately, not much of consequence happening. Again, they make these rotations over to bottom lane. They don't find the kill on the Weaver, so they don't turn that into a tower. In the mid lane, they commit so much, and they only get the Rubik, unfortunately, so they can't turn that into a tower and get a little bit of extra map control.
Right.
And it is giving this Timbersaw a little bit of a chance to come back in the game. He's kind of closing the net worth gap that he had with a lot of these other heroes. He's been using this opportunity to catch back up. Right now, he would have loved to be like chasing heroes down and finding kills. But once he gets his first couple of his first like 2 items, then he's kind of back in the game after a rough start. I'd like to see what he has right now, what he's going for. Cameraman, show us the Timbersaw.
I wish I had that call into the obs, but I do not, unfortunately. DK, though, has Armlet going BKB, then Blink.
Cameraman, show us the Timbersaw, please.
I'm trying. I'm texting.
All right, thanks.
I'm still trying. Rodovito's not terribly far away. Not the greatest of bushwhacks there, and showing yourself in lane like that. PYW now needs to run, but he is just going to die here, and they're also going to steal Acorn Shot. That is an odd move there from PYW.
We're generating space. Weaver's going for... Alright, I thought Weaver was going to walk directly into the entire enemy team up in the top lane. But yeah, they move through the top. They go into the jungle here, potentially take control of this one. You wouldn't want to run into Dragon Knight Mars in the woods here. You definitely would not want to. But one could potentially just TP mid immediately after he gets back up, and they go for this tier 1 tower. Imagine that's their next play. I mean, they've got these blink daggers. What they really want to do is just like start hopping on heroes and finding pickoffs, and great way to do that. Make it easy to find these heroes by taking some of these outer towers and getting a little bit more control over the map, making it more difficult for Na'Vi to react to their plays.
Right. You can see Blink Dagger was being built for the DK next, and he got that BKB already. Hasn't really been touched this game. There's the Timbers items. He had Kaya and a Bracer.
Beautiful. Look at him. Well, we're back, everybody. He's got Kaya. He's got a Bracer. That's really all you need. This isn't a cope. He's back.
Sounded like one, just a little bit, honestly. PYW almost has this Rod of Atos, so they'll almost have that control, extra control that they wanted. Because they've got, truthfully, a whole bunch of control all over the place. With Cask, Burrow Strike, Spear, Arena, Bushwhack, Dragon Tail. There really is a lot here for LGD in terms of CC. And if you're Navi, you need to be careful about going into all that crowd control. We saw Weaver able to time-lapse it before. But if you're not too careful,
to be able to do so.
You do just get popped. The question is, the more and more farm this Timber gets, when do they have the burst damage to kill him? Niu with the Arena. Spear lands, and he is going to get out of this. They've got the Rod of Atos to follow it up. Bushwhack looking for the Sharpshooter. Eaten immediately by this Tiny. They've got the Spear. It doesn't land on anything, though. Dragon Tail to follow. And with the Maledict, Sanctity's going to die here. And no response from the side of Na'Vi.
Sanctity goes down, puts his body on the line for his friend. He ends up eating that Sharpshooter. Would you do that for me, B-Cup?
Yes.
You would jump in front of a Sharpshooter for me?
Get down, Mr. President. I'm a support player. That's what I do.
That's a real friend right there.
已被摧毁。
But yeah, him spending a little bit of extra time there, then eating that so the Timbersaw doesn't die. I think is the reason why he ends up going down there, which is kind of unfortunate. But I was saying at the beginning, this is the Timbersaw show. He's almost caught back up to the Sand King and the Mars as far as net worth goes. He's like 300 behind them now.
Right.
He's been closing that gap little by little, but he hasn't had the impact that I would have liked to see him have, by 18, 19 minutes in this game.
LGD.
Who are you in terms of winning game 2, casters?
I like where LGD's at, but if LGD missed their timing, I think we could see them regret it and get rolled over.
I like Navi's draft. I like how LGD has been playing against it a lot more, though.
Yes, but they're
So
on
I'm
a
with
thin
LGD
line.
now. Yeah.
LGD's on a thin line, I think, this entire game.
正受到攻击。
And right now they're doing a good job of walking that line.
I'm going to look very foolish if this Timbersaw goes the entire game without accomplishing anything, though. So, really hoping that he steps it up.
He's farming for the moment. I think he's fine. Burrow Strike landing onto the Weaver. The Spear follow-up. They need some extra control. The Rod of Atos means nothing when you're able to get the time-lapse off. But they've got the Dragon Tail Sharpshooter follow-up. Shikuchi away and out of harm.
It's a surprisingly durable bug.
Yeah.
天灰中
Lack of damage kind of showing its head.
I thought that Pause 5 Weaver would just kind of melt the moment like some stuns and auto attacks hit it, but it's got 1600 HP. That's kind of messed up.
Smoke.
天灰军团正在
And there is Arena, but there's no mana for it. Toss. BKB. Shiro thinking, can I go in on this? They've got the Epicenter, but it's not doing any damage. And you can see LGD, they're lacking the damage. They've got the Spear as well as the Arena. That's down with the God's Rebuke to get Melody. That's the hero they were going for the entire time before this. And Avalanche, again, coming through from Sanctity. Maledict is there. Innocent standing in this Chakram. I don't know how much deeper you want to go, but the cast stolen by Zayat's thrown back over at the side of LGD while Echo is going away the other way around. Try and get an escape from this team, and will do so. So they do end up getting the Weaver at the end of the day, and they will get their Wisdom Rune. They can work on this Tormentor as well. But we get a pause by Zats.
Could be anything. Yesterday, I think they paused because, rain delay, and then there was a fly in the room.
And then there is a bunch of
And it's a
PCs
mouse.
crashing.
Okay. They said mouse this time. So last time when there was a bug, I wasn't sure if it was an in-game bug or
Well,
an
you knew
actual
immediately.
bug. It ended up, the chat told me because they could translate. I am stupid and only speak one language. So anyways, ended up being an actual bug, a fly. This time, do you think it's a mouse, or do you think it's like a peripheral mouse?
If they had picked up something like I don't know. If they had picked up like a net or something, I would have believed it was a real mouse.
A net?
I don't know. Maybe if they just got picked up a block of cheese, it would have been not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
They pick up a comically large block of cheese.
A jar of peanut butter? Am I doing better?
我猜要请大家喝一
You're
下。
doing. Keep it up, B-Cup.
Cool. I'm glad.
Incredible. Egg Scepter almost completed. Or sorry,
Egg
halfway
Scepter?
done.
Ooh, Echo
Yeah.
taking a lot of damage very quickly. Toss of the Timber Saw on Echo, and he looks very dead, whirling death, and that's another kill. Just a quick little cleanup there.
Yeah. Timbersaw fans, are we back? Are we in the game?
I don't know, but somebody asked the real question. Somebody said, when will we get a Dota team sponsored by Parmesan cheese? Now, are you a person
right,
who
you see
says
that?
Parmesan or Parmesan?
I say Parmesan.
Okay, I usually do too, but I said it differently because I wanted it to sound smart.
Oh, I say jalapeno just to bug people.
Bugged me.
Parmesan cheese. Did you see that to that Olympic athlete who's just sponsored by cheese? That's crazy.
PYW, very dead. Link, spear, and nothing doing.
天灰
As that is going to be a dead mid tier 1.
天灰下塔正受到攻击。
I believe you ignored the Olympic athlete's sponsored by cheese.
I
Did you not
haven't.
see that?
That sounds pretty cool to me. Epicenter, Burrows strikes, spear, and a kill on a Melody. Innocence and Shiro looking for their moment to come in. Echo hit with the avalanche toss, and he just dies. So Echo, he's gone. Shiro and Innocence, they don't really have their entry point, as they'll have to leave the fight.
你看的是全脱了。
Not really that great. Not really that great at all.
Anyways, it's starting to look a little bit better for Navi. The Timbersaw is starting to be able to accomplish some things. I think as the game goes on, another like 10 minutes, it'll start to fall off again. But for now, he's feeling pretty strong and able to make pretty quick work of towers once the Terrorblade actually gets his hands on them. But oof, a little bit afraid of the initiation.
Quick kill there for Sanctity again, the tiny show. And LGD now down 2,000 net worth.
天辉中
Navi
塔正受到攻击。
They just have to clear it all out as they use Demon Zeal. They got the Avalanche Toss again. Telekinesis. Neo's in trouble. He'll throw the Spirit Lands on a Melody, but PYW might be next. Shiro trying to run. He doesn't elevate to Dragon form for 2 seconds. And pops it. Goes to the BKB. Trying to stand his ground and fight, but will be forced to TP out.
Yeah. Probably the right thing to do. I mean, you're just not able to do enough damage without any of your teammates nearby. They cut you out with the BKB duration. You'd be done. Ow. That toss just does absolutely unreal damage.
Yeah, that was Sanctity for 3. That's pretty crazy. That is stupid amount of damage. They might need to get rid of Crash Landing. Because that is rough to deal with. That immense amount of damage.
They nerfed it by 5%. It's fine.
Shiro can't do anything in these fights.
天辉中塔
Yes.
受到攻击。
It's really sad.
I mean, what? His job is to basically like play super far forward, try to blow somebody up. He doesn't. I mean, Dragon Knight's right-click damage compared to the Terrorblade, who has so much armor, is going to feel kind of pathetic. It's always felt kind of bad against agility carries. Against Timbersaw, who has so much bulk, he's going to do very little as well. Against Tiny, I mean, his damage just doesn't come out fast enough compared to Tiny. So the Dragon Knight carry, it's very solid. You've got a good disable attached to you. You kind of play far forward, but it's feeling lacking in these team fights, not blowing up anybody fast enough.
Right.
His BKB's off a cooldown, and he has a Bloodthorn now, though, so this could be something big for them.
New. Spotted within the trees. Ranabetos onto the Weaver. Bro Strike lands on a Sanctity. They've got the Maledict. The arena is down. Sanctity is in trouble. They'll get this kill onto the Tiny. So at least they've got that. Metamorphosis was used. Telekinesis onto the Sand King. He'll blink away.
烈焰中塔正受到攻击。
Getting to some safety for now, but looking like they want to re-engage. Oh, whoa! Spear's still landing. They just don't have the follow-up for it, though, and they go back into Roche, who's got a little bit of health.
Okay, that looked illegal. That spear, like,
Followed the
reversed through
Manta?
time. Yeah. It followed the man. It reversed through time to connect with that guy.
They're going to let this Roche go still.
击杀。
Yeah.
Wow, that's a surprise.
I mean, I think they had like a several second lapse in judgment there.
Burrow
with-
strike, and now this is a real big issue, but the cask bouncing around, Shiro dead. And they go to the Sunder. They've got the Demon Zeal, Timber Chain, Neo in trouble. This is all without the Tiny. They lose Shiro, they'll lose Neo. Innocence is dead on his screen already. Very unfortunate for LGD, who allow them to not only get the Aegis now, but get
Is
3
that
plus on that.
a killing spree on Timbersaw
That's
right
what it
now?
looked like.
Is that what it says? Would you say this is some sort of
攻击。
timber show?
No, not yet. It's the Tiny
I
show
see.
right now.
Noted. Just I'll check back in 5 minutes.
对
Yeah.
Yeah,
给我进去。
I get you.
It would I'd have to be incredibly petty to be beefing with a random viewer, but they call me not petty guy Neff.
天
There's 11,000 people in here, but you know, that one random viewer. I guess I'll be petty with.
天辉下塔正受到攻击。
No, it doesn't bother me at all. Don't write in the newspaper that I'm mad. I'm not mad.
Yeah, local newspaper there in Vancouver.
Yeah.
Burrow strike comes through, and that was from the Rubik. They land the spear on a 2. They've got the arena to follow it up. They're trying to get this Aegis, but he has Sunder. He'll hold it. Now, Death Ward, toss, and Sanctity going to toss him in, get the kill on Ashiro with the Whirling Death follow-up. This might just be GG if they don't kill anybody, and PMA's not dead yet. Y, PYW, both gone. Echo goes in with the Epicenter with the Burrow Strike. They finally get PMA. They're going to try and get Echo afterwards. Dear, oh dear. This does not look good as Sanctity...
I mean, he's got Blink Yule's Burrow Strike. He is a hard hero to catch.
Yeah.
天辉上塔
But it's a
已被
12,000 net worth lead here for Na'Vi. And I did say in the last game that they've been struggling taking the high ground, and they didn't have to. LGD had just tapped out. But
Fortunately for them, Tiny makes very quick work of the high ground, especially with this Echo Saber.
天辉
Echoes is wasting a lot of their time right now. I mean, they took this disaster fight right beside their base, and they've got all these heroes trying to chase down the Sand King on the other side of the map right now, instead of being able to pressure these buildings, do as much damage as they can. So honestly, Echo's just making miracles happen right now. And we joke about space being created, but this is space created, you guys.
true.
Oh, you're losing your Raxes anyways.
True.
It's over.
Yeah. Not looking amazing. As they are going to get the kill, though, on a Sanctity again.
Okay, your support's on the other side of the map. I mean, unironically, at the end of the game, you go like, hey, what are you guys doing? Like, we were taking Raxes right now. You're on the other side of the map. Where were you? Chasing this Sand King, bro. What do you mean?
What do you mean, where was I?
So they don't lose the melee Rax, and they managed to get the Tiny at the end of that one, so. Small victories, B-Cup.
All my victories are small. Just because I'm a short king. That was the DOTA. Yeah, whatever. Anyways, Ags picked up for the Timber Saw.
Sorry, I missed that joke because I'm trying to make sense of the bat chest emotes and people talking about Miracle.
Someone mentioned Miracle Bat Chest.
Yeah. I'm not caught up with the hip young lingo on Twitch.television.
No, I'm not either. I'm only hip with Poggies. Timber Chain, thank you for the 2 months of Twitch Prime sub right there before this
天辉下塔
fight brought to you by the Regal, and this fight brought to you by the Regal is going to be the Timber Saw getting chased. He's got that egg, so he's going to activate the reactive armor. They've got the toss. He's going to toss him out of 3 heroes with the spear into the arena as well. They'll keep him back, but the Burrow Strike stolen by Zayats. They'll get the kill on Innocence. Timber Chain forward. Yule's on to Shiro. Shiro popping the BKB. He's going to try and TP out. The damage is not there, but
天辉下塔
Na'Vi
受到
still
攻击
feeling confident and winning fight after fight after fight.
Yeah. Only saving grace for them right now is top lane's pushed in. Looks like Yellow is going to try to do something with that, force somebody back, but really they've got no need to react to this. Instead, they can just move to top racks, because they've already taken that tier 2,
受到攻击
and take the second set of racks. Bottom, they're not going to be able to go into that one. Tier 2 still standing there, but things are looking pretty rough for them.
受到攻击
Yeah, nobody cares about what this Hoodwink's up to up in the top lane. She's not going to be able to threaten the tier 3 or the racks just by herself.
夜眼上塔正受
The
到攻击
next fight will be sponsored by the next person who subs. If you sub. It's like when they say, oh, this fight has been sponsored by insert brand tier. That could be you. That could be you. So, 17,000 net worth lead. They'll go for the Tormentor here on LGD, trying to get anything out of the map that they can. It's a shard for Innocence. Voodoo Switcheroo. Now available.
Big.
And
And at least have a save for...
Mango, eh? Mango, eh? Will be the next fight sponsor.
That's big.
Yeah, Mango.
That's a true Dota fan right there. Dota fan and a Canadian.
Mango, eh? So let's see when the next fight starts. We'll have it sponsored by them.
夜眼军团正在扫
You'll sub for feet on screen. I would never show my feet for that little amount of money. Niu, very deep here, by the way. This is a TP attempt, not a fight. So this isn't the Mango A fight.
Know the worth of your feet, everybody.
Yeah, mine are worth at least more than that.
We're not gonna get into numbers here. Rojo, you came perfectly in time. B-Cop is talking about the price of his feet picks.
That's not.
Oh,
I'm never.
well, I mean, if you subscribe, they're free.
Then no, we just told them they weren't. Stop giving conflicting information. $100? No.
Ooh.
Give
Maybe
me.
it came in at the wrong
Actually,
time,
maybe
then.
$100. Honestly, one picture for $100.
$100.
Maybe.
I'll send you B-Cop Street.
How many people are watching? 11,000. This is fine.
Yeah, if everybody
Yeah.
sent me $100, that would be a lot of money. Each viewer gave me $100 for my feet. It'd be nice.
We were talking about B-Cop's OnlyFans earlier.
Yeah, I'm not beating the allegations that I don't have one.
塔正受到攻击。
You went to walk your dog for like an hour. Where the hell did you go?
He's 110 pounds, Neff. What do you want me to do?
He's
Take
a
him around the
long
block?
walker.
The dog is bigger than B-Cop. That's crazy.
夜眼
I can
上
send
塔
Charlie
正
Brown
受到
feet
攻
pics.
击
Aw, paw pics.
He's actually, okay, what's really cute, so we have like our small dog, Precious. She's like a little Chihuahua mix.
天灰信使
She's really sweet.
已
Ooh,
经
hold
We have
on.
our like
天灰
Wait.
信使塔正
POWs.
受到攻击。
He's fine.
6 cents.
Oh,
Ooh,
Avalanche.
Avalanche.
The Mango A fight
not
is going to be
fine.
just a PYW pickoff. So Mango A, thank you for the sub. Next person to sub will get the next fight sponsor.
夜眼
And
上
their
塔
name
正受
shouted
到
out
攻
on
击
screen.
One
since they think
one
it's Chris.
kill. Sad fight, bro.
Just remember, every time I do that, you'll probably be in the Noob from UA video as well, with your name being said
Probably
right
not.
there. So, just know, it's a lot of promotion.
That is true. You can go pretty far with the noob from UA clout. That's where Neff got his start, right, Neff?
I actually forget where I got my start.
You started? That's right, I could be a
Feet pics
bully
now.
too. Jim
You're so
picked up
fun to
for
bully.
innocence. I really-
Refresher on new. Bloodstone or Bloodborne Satanic. He's actually really, really terrifying on Shiro.
夜眼军团
But so
正在
Sanctity.
扫描。
All right, Mango A, I'll give you another fight. Fine. They're going to jump in. This is the Mango A fight. It's going to be PYW dead first. They'll go in onto the arena. They've got the Burrow Strike that lands out of the Timber Saw. He activates the reactive armor. They go to the Death Ward. It's going to do a little bit of damage here onto Sanctity, but just not enough with the BKBs popped around the horn by Na'Vi, and the Metamorphosis coming out from Yuragi. There's another arena with a refresher from Niu. They've got the control. They'll have the kill. They'll get Malady and Yuragi, but the Avalanche toss getting Echo and Innocence. Shiro trying to stand his ground over PMA with the Whirling Chakram. That twisted Chakram killing off Shiro, and PMA gets another, as it will be a fight, one for Na'Vi, with the buyback being committed from Yuragi.
Now that you're back, would you say that this is some kind of timber show?
In that last fight, yeah, I'd say so. Just from what I've seen briefly, PMA looks like he's having a really good time.
Just checking. Yeah.
I mean, it looks like a pretty decent Timbersaw game for sure. It's level 24.
天灰上路兵
Oh my
And
god.
if there was some sort of viewer named Eighth Last who would question something like that, he'd
Oh
have
my
to be
God,
a
you
real
wrote
idiot,
you
right?
wrote his name down? What are you doing with your life?
Did Neff write it down, or does he just have that much spite in him that he just
You're
remembers
out
it?
of control.
Bring me the viewer.
Bring me their
Bring him
head.
to me now, to the chambers. They're gonna get megas, hopefully, off the back of this Yuragi buyback. The Sanctity and PMA, I mean, also, they let Tiny through on LGD. How did that happen, B-Cup?
Oh.
Okay. Even worse than the Tiny.
I just wanted to say, I don't know. Arena down, spear lands, cask bouncing. They might be able to get the damage out here on a PMA, but he pops the BKB in the reactive armor. They go with Sanctity's BKB to move on forward. They just get out on PMA while they look and land the spear on a Sanctity. Breathe fire with the Maledict on him. They'll get the kill, but not before Mega Creeps is secured for the side of Na'Vi.
Yeah, and Yuragi's buyback. They get Megas, and then they go into Roche, and it's going to be really hard for LGD to fight this, so they actually get so much mileage from this Yuragi buyback. Not able to kill PMA, losing Mega Creeps. Feels quite desperate for LGD. They want to potentially stop the Roche, but can't do so.
So, bro, I'm glad after you're back now, I can go back to playing old school RuneScape and watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Cask.
Yuragi.
Innocence. Burrow Strike. Yuragi, he bought back, but he's got the Aegis. But, yeah, you lose this life. You might be in a little bit of trouble. BKB starting to run. Sharpshooter going to be thrown over at a couple heroes. Innocence going to die here. Now they've got the Sunder. They kill off Echo. That's two heroes dead. They look as it's Shiro trying to stand his ground. Pops his own BKB. Right-clicks in. PMA, though, has the reactive armor. Just activated and exploding in 2-1. Down goes Niu, who refreshed. It's not going to matter. Shiro trying to get the kill here on his Zayats. Yules up into the air. Buyback was used by Innocent. Stolen Burrow Strike onto this Dragonite as Yuragi with the Demon Zeal will kill off Shiro. He doesn't have buyback. PYW TP's away, but it looks futile for LGD.
Yeah, all this time Innocent's having to drag creeps into the fountain just to keep them from losing to Megas. Ooh, feels pretty tough here for LGD. I mean, you probably just lose here. I say pretty tough. They have lost, I think.
Attaboy. We're done pretending now.
Yeah, we talked about how difficult it is for Neff to cope. Seems like B-Cop's the only one who's really good at coping here.
I do my best. This Sanctity, he's gonna die, and he doesn't have buyback. 110 seconds on the sidelines. They go to the arena. It's gonna be around on 3, but the Whirling Death kills off Niu. He's dead for 100 as well. It's just the support's alive for the side of LGD. They need to hold for 35 seconds with no glyph.
Okay, Navi.
The damage on his Zayats. Maledict, not gonna kill him. They'll take the tier 4s. They'll go for the throne. And they will win this series, eliminate LGD. Na'Vi with the 2-0 over LGD.
I think ultimately it's probably my fault, considering right before the series started I said, I could definitely see this one going to game 3.
Yeah, this guy caster's cursing all day, all tournament.
But, I mean, I did it on purpose, though, B-Cop. We needed a... I mean, we're going to have a third series here before, 6.5 hours, maybe.
Yeah, I was just talking about how yesterday at this time, we got to game 2, 5 hours from now. So the fact that we're 5 hours earlier than the first time, than yesterday, it seems pretty good. We're not going to go 17 hours today.
Neff is, though, right? Neff's always clocked in.
Pretty pog champ.
I'm locked in, buddy.
You're playing RuneScape, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as the game ended.
Good job. Good job.
Was it even after the game? Be honest, you're enough.
Somebody said,
Yeah.
Can
I am a professional.
Add this for the next game? What's the emote? It's cinema.
I do like
could
cinema.
add cinema. I can add cinema.
That's a good one.
I will add that. That's me on the left, by the way. No, that's me on the right. Wait, I'm on the left. No, I'm on the right.
Nobody's gonna know what we're talking about.
Hello! Did I cut my hair? No. Hello? Is anybody there? Hello?
We're playing RuneScape. We're testing in RuneScape.
Like,
you're not invited.
Big game. We figured the draft from NAVI was a little bit stronger. The Timber Saw, they did a great job of shutting him down on LGD. I'm not going to lie. They messed up his early game. But then they just spent a lot of time walking on the map and not really accomplishing enough. It gave the Timber Saw a chance to come back. Once he got his Kaya in pipe, it became a little bit too tanky for them to bring down. And when they couldn't burst him inside the stuns, the game just became a little bit too difficult at that point. again, I think they did a great job at shutting him down. Bro, do you know this Timbersaw was level 5 and he hit level 6 at like 10 minutes in?
Really? That's like I think ZinQ's Timbersaw on position 4
Yeah,
hit that that faster.
that was a rough game for him, but he ended up bouncing back, building items he needed to, and coming back into the game. So LGD had the right approach, but I think that they had the inferior draft compared to Navi there. So
That's me.
happy to see Navi and Enigma Galaxy performing a little bit better, but I am disappointed in seeing these Chinese teams getting eliminated back-to-back tournament in their home region. What does Chinese Dota fan B-Cop have to say about this one?
That's right. We still have Extreme Gaming. It doesn't matter. Everybody join Marbles. Shut up.
Good response.
What he's trying to say is he is not mad.
I don't need a babysitter.
Well, actually, I have a rough translation here for B-Cop. It's a copium.
Yeah.
Exclamation mark play copium.
Yeah, exclamation point play.
We don't have,
Just play it.
We don't have Chinese teams, but we have marbles.
Which is just as good.
We don't have reasons to keep going anymore, but we have marbles.
We do have Marbles. Everybody join Marbles.
You got any Chinese teams? We got marbles.
Oh, we got Marbles.
Yeah. We got marbles.
You want Marbles? I got Marbles. I can interest you in some Marbles.
If there's one thing B-Cop can do,
I have Marbles.
exclamation mark play.
That's right, everybody. This is the Marbles Grand Prix, one of the greatest marble racing tournaments you have ever seen.
It's just
Exclamation
one.
mark
Well,
play in order to join this.
this one's
we've
just
only
one
got
race.
88 people. Only one race?
Yeah, I didn't put
Not
a Grand Prix on. I should, but we do have a lot of time in between series.
We got a lot of time between. Everyone, you're gonna want to hop in here.
This is a warm up race. This is a warm up race.
What? Big hop. I'm trying to hype him up.
Okay, I'll stop talking. I'll stop talking.
No, you hype him up a little bit now.
Ladies and gentlemen, get into the race. Start your balls.
Subscribe to B-Cop's OnlyFans and start your balls today.
Start your balls.
Now, is it true that they get 2 entries if they subscribe with Twitch Prime?
No, but their ball can look cooler.
Does it actually?
You have the balls on the right of the screen are the balls that you get as a sub.
Bro.
Look at this fucking idiot.
What?
Don't worry.
Oh, nothing.
We'll tell you when you're older.
I'm starting a race. Oh, I'm playing ads. And I'm playing music. Join the race. We've got 150 people in here.
Hey guys, welcome to the stream.
When you're relentless,
Okay, we got this.
you can achieve anything. Reach your impossible with Novo Legion.
Draws here. All right, look at that. Grand Moff Tarkin not getting banned today. This Dota bod guy looking kind of suspicious. No exclamation mark play from him.
Yeah.
Man.
That could be a ban.
He's to ban indiscriminately? No. We want you to hella discriminate. Discriminate
No.
against anyone who hasn't joined the Marbles game.
That sounds really bad. That doesn't... Oh, well, that was a quick race.
Who won?
Joey Fingers.
That's the best detective in New York City.
Hey,
So
it's me,
Marvel
Baba
and all.
Ganoush, Joey Fingers.
That's the best fucking marbles racer you've ever laid your eyes on, B-Cop. Put some respect on it, honestly. Especially such brash talk from somebody whose marble is always like 80th in the races, dies halfway through.
What did my marble do to you?
No,
I mean,
Marble
not a
didn't do
lot.
anything, nothing to anyone, honestly.
Whatever.
I've finished, right? I'm not still going because I don't see my marble in there.
Is it in yet? That's what you sound like.
Oh dear God, I'm not gonna cover this one. I'm going back to playing RuneScape and watching Full Metal.
You died. You died.
Yeah,
You
I'm
died.
done after that one.
What do you mean? Why are you done? Did he leave?
Ooh,
Did
you
he?
drove him off, Neff. Or whoa, you're B-Cop. Oh my God, I'm used to Neff driving people off.
Usually. Speaking from experience, no, I'm not. I was just joking. I was just joking. I was only kidding. My body hurts. Oh, I probably have time to make coffee too. Oh, I was gonna respond to somebody before. Somebody said, I think it was Jess said, I cut my hair, and I was like, I would never do that. I was thinking it in my head, but I just never said it. And then I had that thought again now. Because thoughts linger in my head for 80 years. And then I want to
arguing
say
in the
them, and then
shower
I
with
forget to say them. Yeah, and then
myself.
yeah, exactly. And then I think I'm in the shower and everything. I'm like, I should have said that.
Good thing you got it out. That could have been bad.
Yeah. How was your walk?
Hmm.
How was Charlie Brown on the walk?
I'm sorry, I was absolutely disgustingly vacuuming a quesadilla.
From Taco Bell?
No, just when I'm getting home.
Ooh.
My walk was good. I was gonna say I was getting in the story earlier, and then like I don't know, these Navi guys like started some fight or something. It was really weird of them to interrupt me. Charlie Brown was great. He was pretty normal. He's cute.
Oh.
But sort of like Chihuahua makes Precious. He's really sweet. She's like my mom's dog. She I don't like really take her out on walks in the same way. I live in like a relatively chill like suburban neighborhood.
Yeah.
So I literally just open my front door and she just like walks outside and like runs around the yard for a little bit. Right, goes checks out like the mailbox next door or whatever. But we also have a cat, and her name's Penny. And I try not to let her out too much, but you know, she really loves being outside, so sometimes I will. And I have this video of them playing together where like my black cat Penny is chasing like this little dog, and they're just like running up and down the street, running after one another. It's really cute. And they were like, one of them would like go behind the like trash can and like hide from the other, and then they like pop out. It was really cute.
Oh, I was thinking about getting another cat. My last cat passed away after my dad did, and we had him for 13 years. Just an adorable little cat, gold cat. He used to wait for my dad at the door and everything, and he would be the one who greet my dad, and my dad would be like, Goldie! And every time the cat was there, 5 p.m., waiting for my dad to come home. And, yeah, and then when my dad's cat, my dad found him on the street, and my dad was on his daily run, and the cat, like, they passed each other, and the cat just turned around and followed him for the rest of the run. And then my dad had to go to work. I was at summer camp while this was happening, and my dad left the cat a bowl full of Yoo-hoo, because that was the only milk source thing we had, even though Yoo-hoo's water. And the cat stayed, and they adopted the cat. The cat waited for my dad to come home from work. So,
That's so cute.
Yeah, it was really adorable. And then we had that cat for 13 years, and I think when my dad passed away, and my cat was just waiting at the door every day, and he started to realize my dad wasn't coming home, and he died of a broken heart, I think. But I mean, that's not the medical reason he died, but I think that's what happened. So, but I have my cat's urn in my apartment. I keep my cat Goldie with me.
No,
It's a little small
that's really
one.
sweet.
It was the worst part was we brought him to the fuck is or I know. We're skyrocketing through this today. They're not fucking around anymore. The wife and I just bought our Mexico package. You wanna smuggle me into there?
With all the cocaine.
No, with all the nitrous. There you go. I gave you guys his predictions. Oh, Rojo. Wow. Not making it through too cleanly there.
Yippee!
Yippee! Sorry, I could do that better. Yippee! Holy shit! Oh, that guy's dead. Oh! Oh. Oh!
Oh, man.
Oh, Rojo. Oh, no. Just out of the top 10. 11th place finish.
I tried so hard to be cop. I couldn't make it. I'm not worthy of being on this cast. I'm not worthy of playing marbles.
Unfortunately,
useless.
it's just whoever wins like one race really gets on the podium. I'd like to thank my sponsors, my coaches, B-Cop, and the stream. Hell yeah. Third place, Deep Sea Roly Poly. Second place, Twitch Asset. First place, Nether Scion. Yay! Look at that smile.
Oh, that's so cute. I don't deserve anything. I'm not good enough at marbles. It's all coming down around me. Even P-Shack is disappointed in me.
Sorry, P-Shack. Maybe you should have
Hey.
slurp glorp some more.
We're also, everybody, get him out. Everybody get your Slurp Glorpins out. He's going away. He's getting locked up.
Yeah.
We're not having any of this during Team Spirit, okay?
Yeah, you don't get
We
to
have-
slurp
we have
glorp
respect
right
here,
now.
okay? Get them out. Everybody out of your system. Bassy, I'm looking at you.
Yeah. No, Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Hey,
God,
you're-
guys.
Marbles
Stop.
and Slurp Glorp, I mean,
Stop.
that's what this game is all about.
Stop slurp glorping. What happened to Laurel's face? I don't know. I didn't see anything wrong. All right, I'm gonna start charging everybody for slurp glorping. We rise, we rise. I thought it was gonna be we slurp, we glorp.
If Slurp Glorping has only one fan, he's Bassy.
Seriously. The tongue at the end is what hits the spot. Stop! Bunch of maniacs.
This is excellent.
Bunch of weirdos with your Slorp Glorpin. I wonder if people who don't have 7 TV realize what's happening in the Slorp Glorping.
They're probably a bit confused.
That's the glorp part, is the tongue. All right, Windrunner, Beastmaster, Phoenix. For
Let me see, we've
XG.
never seen those, have we?
No, never. We've never seen any of these heroes, actually.
There was a Muerta ban, interestingly.
Yeah, Team Spirit really dominated with it yesterday. It was very cool. Very strong. Ursa for the egg. Kiteable, though. Already kiteable.
Yeah. It is kiteable, which sucks a little bit when you pick this Ursa, but this hero just feels so nice from what we've seen.
Yeah.
I can't really ever say that it feels wrong to pick it. I'm a bit surprised they didn't honestly go into the Troll Warlord with that kind of Aghanims. I know Yatoro likes Troll, but opting just to go for Ursa. Hit the egg, hit the egg, hit the egg. And they banned the Muerta, I guess, which makes sense. 'Cause didn't Spirit, you said they played, Radon played Muerta yesterday, right?
Yes. Very strong. Looked very, very strong. If you fill for this draft, I'll go make coffee. It'll
I
be
can
very
fill
quick.
for this
All
too.
right. It'll be very quick.
Yeah, that's fine. All right. He thought I was going to talk about the draft, but we're just going to keep Slorp Glorpin. Who cares about draft, honestly? I mean, he's getting rid of it before the game starts, so... do it while you can, chat. Keep it out of your pants this time. Okay, so they did pick up Oracle on Team Spirit. We saw this earlier from, I believe it was Bobica on IG, G2 IG. Looked really, really nice in that game. It covers these heroes nicely, allows you to play very aggressively. And notably, the Fortune's End is quite strong into Wind Ranger. Importantly, you can get rid of the Wind Run from that Dispel that you have. Team Spirit, more than likely looking for an offlaner. Could always shift the Sand King onto Collapse. Has a decent lane actually into Troll. So I could see them looking for a mid. It could be a decent Outworld Devourer game if they wish for the side of Team Spirit. Has felt really good into the likes of Primal Roar, Wind Ranger, and Troll. But starting a fight could be really awkward before that Blink Dagger on Sand King. XG end up going for the Troll as opposed to Team Spirit, who I thought had a pretty decent game to pick it themselves. Not the best matchup for Ursa in terms of fighting into Troll Warlord. Gonna kind of need a BKB, or gonna need a BKB pretty much to fight this Troll because of the Whirling Axes. And the Aghanim Scepter from Troll Warlord, if they decide to build it early like we've seen before, a very good game for it. Then you can get rid of the Overpower from Ursa, which is so much of that hero's damage. You can get rid of the Fate's End from Oracle. You can get rid of all the Jakiro spells from you, so very nice Troll pick. I'm a little bit surprised that Spirit didn't take it themselves, actually, to prevent XG from doing so. Could potentially be an issue from them, so Spirit, they don't fully know where this Wind Ranger is going. It could be mid, so they decide to ban offlaners. And wait, I think they ban Lycan. I don't know why they banned Lycan on the side of Team Spirit, because to me, I feel like this is probably just a 4-position Wind Ranger, and they're going to pick up a mid laner here. Curious what they want. A Storm Spirit can feel quite nice into the likes of Oracle. There is still Coddle in the pool, which has felt very nice. I'm a little bit surprised it's ignored in these drafts, but Pangolier? All roads lead to Pangolier. At the end of the day, I kind of forgot about him, and that is probably the best pick they had, considering that this hero is super OP. And now you have 18 seconds to get this last pick on Team Spirit. Sand King mid does quite well into Pangolier, so I'm assuming that they're going to look for something potentially like a Centaur. Maybe you could play a Magnus for Collapse. I'd love to see that. I don't think it's that good, but I hope they pick it. That'd be fun. Do they do something weird here? Maybe. Visage feels bad. Axe. Well, collapse Axe. I mean, I feel like when you think of him, for me, it's Magnus, and then it's Axe. He is so good at this hero. I don't know if we've seen him at all. This little red guy on your screen. Pretty good game for it, all things considered. But can definitely struggle a little bit into some of these heroes. Laning phase isn't necessarily the best, and there's a lot of lockdown here, and Phoenix not too scared of Axe. Pangolier will probably buy an early Yules, which is such a great counter to their team. Really good Yules game for the side of XG. I wouldn't even be surprised if one of the supports ended up going for it. So good into Axe, so good into Ursa. It feels like a very high value game. I'm glad to see that the slurp clorping hasn't stopped. We need to make sure that keeps on keeping on. This stream has really degenerated quite quickly over the past day or so since 7TV was added. But I'm excited to see this little red guy walking around with collapse above the hero name. He is so professional, that hero. And Perry Dragon 10 here, noting how XG is the last hope of China, which for this tournament, unfortunately located in China, in Snow Ruyi. That is true, but XG have put up some really great performances. Alme, I think specifically, I mean, is an incredible player. Not much more specific than that. He had a really great performance on Morphling a few days ago, and if you want one, player to kind of be a counter to Yatoro, I feel like Alme is the perfect one. Does more slurp glorping or it gets those again. Poor guy. Poor guy. I'm trying to analyze the draft more, but I was talking with B-Cop. My hamster brain just goes completely empty the moment that the heroes disappear from the screen. So we're just gonna slurp glorp and jot. I see slurp glorping. I type slurp glorping. I mean, you guys gotta. I mean, as soon as B-Cop is here, guys, slurp glorping is getting nuked. Okay, keep that in mind as we head into the game here. We know, of course, that there is a secret romance between Ame and Yatoro. Could be kind of difficult, the two lovers having to face each other in battle. And quite the matchup here, Troll versus Ursa. Feels like Troll should have the upper hand on Ame for most of the game, especially if he gets into the Aghanims that feels so good. Oracle is at least nice for the side of Team Spirit. If they can't manage to get on top of him, it can be such a problem. XM, however, has the Rolling Thunder on Pangolier, and that hero just feels so gross. Cinema chat. Gotta be a little professional when we're casting. Slurp glorping gets in the way of that. Agreed. Let's make sure that somewhere on this Noob from UA video that comes out that there's a slurp glorping in there. I think they would really appreciate that. Middle of a team fight. Marl, Bro Strike, slurp glorping, all over XM on the Pangolier. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Dora. Up. More. Okay, we need to. You guys need to be put on leashes. This is getting out of hand. Oh, not hand. Let's not think about hands. Why don't we? Short delay. The games at least are starting on a much faster schedule for B-Cop and I. At this point in the stream, we weren't even on to the third series. It took another almost 2 hours before that one had started.
Okay, I'm back.
Let's get this one.
My coffee is percolating. I am back.
Okay.
I've made it.
Oh yeah, B-Cop. You have to do it. Take Slurp Glorpin out back, B-Cop.
Do I?
Take him out back. He's at his time.
You guys had to ruin Swarp Gorpin?
I know they're going on to Mira. First blood
的号角响
is going to be onto him pretty convincingly.
Yeah, and it
And
will
they
be
give over to
for Jinkyu.
第一滴血。
Okay.
我们就
Jinkyu is pretty okay Dota player. I feel like he sometimes does things for the side of XG. This time he's not on. We saw him yesterday, or the last time that we saw Jinkyu. He was on position 4 Timbersaw. This game he likes for something a little more normal. In the
Yeah.
Ranger. But talk to me, B-Cop. Have you ever seen any of the heroes from XG in a game before?
Only all of them. Every single
Now
one.
look at Team Spirit. Is there perhaps a little red guy on your screen?
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel emotionally?
Final pick axe.
Seeing Collapse.
I'm okay with that. I mean, with collapse on the axe, it does add a little bit of Gorpin to it, but you know, it's just Gorpin. It's not Slorp Gorpin because that doesn't exist anymore.
Okay, we're gonna have to take you out back to B-Cop.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean it.
Flowers.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
You're not beating the allegations. Of course you talk about Slurp Glorping as in the top 1% earning OnlyFans models.
Yeah. I mean, that's what my OnlyFans name is, Slorp Gorpin. Where do you think it came from?
You know, speaking of being top 1%, we've got Ame and Yatoro on the carries here. It feels like they've been so dominant for so long. Ame obviously taking a brief break. Yatoro never taking a break. This guy's in disputes for being just the best Dota player of all time, for sure. I think he's up there, if not number 1.
So you're saying there's Schmitty, Werb, and Jaegerman, Jensen?
Yes, I would say that he was number 1. That's his soda drink hat. But that being said, always a treat, of course, to watch. These two players have a lot of respect for each other. I'm sure these two teams in general do. So I'm excited to see what happens here. Neither carry having particularly a bad time at the moment. Pretty normal lanes outside of Jin Q getting the first blood, but thankfully you have the Oracle on the side of Team Spirit. We've seen it picked up in the earlier series, and it felt quite nice.
Right.
From Baboka. Rest in peace. And it's nice into specifically the Wind Ranger. Zin Q, he's gonna have a hard time just trading with Wind Run since you can purge it. But that being said, there's actually really not as much Fortune's End value in this game as we saw previously. It's nice against the Shield Crash, you know, to get rid of maybe the Phoenix spells and slows from Troll and debuffs from Axes, but generally not as useful as the spell tends to be.
Right.
But that being said, the Fortunate, or the False Promise is going to be the really big one this game. Just Ursa typically struggles a little bit into Beastmaster from what we've seen. It's a decent lane, and you have the damage for Beastmaster, but Beastmaster is a hero that can really easily take Roche from you, which we've seen so many times, and has, of course, the Primal Roar, which even if you, you know, get the ulti off on Ursa, just finding time from that hero.
Oh my god.
And catching that BKB is what feels like the biggest issue, and yeah, Jakiro. That hero does a lot of damage.
Yeah, that with Battle Hunger is disgusting. And I have a question about some timings, because, you know, we've talked about this timing a lot, the 12-minute timing for Ags on Beastmaster. What would be the same, like, what's the timing for Ags? What are you looking to do?
So usually I think around a similar time, around like 13, 14 minutes or so, you want to have Blade Mail and Blink. And at that point, you can kind of play aggressively. Usually you go the Blade Mail first just because you need that to really make the call feel impactful, and it helps you farm so much. XM almost dying to Laurel, so gonna have to give up this water range, which is not what he wanted. So kind of losing mid here on XM. I mean, not really losing at the moment, but he is gonna have to back up from Laurel. The aggression is a bit too much. Yeah, he's just gonna walk to base. Why not? Not losing too much. Lane's pretty chill, all things considered. I was talking at the start of the draft, I think for XG, one of the biggest things I'm kind of wanting to see from them is going to be Yules. I think XM should go into an early Yules. I wouldn't be angry to see DY or ZinQ with an early Yules.
Yeah.
Because it's just so annoying for, I mean, every hero on Team Spirit pretty much. DY. Wish he had one right now.
Icarus dive, Battle Hunger is on him though, burning away to Mira's Dual Breath. They get that kill, and you can see the power of Battle Hunger Dual Breath. And did Jakiro? I didn't see. Did Jakiro take Liquid Frost or Fire?
I'm assuming Frost in this game.
Okay.
Because there's no Rubik, so you don't need to worry about like, so in X Nova when he took the Liquid Fire, he like maxed it first. So it felt like a lot of his kit was coming from that. So that way Rubik wasn't stealing like super high level Ice Pass.
Right.
This game, there's no Rubik, obviously, and you actually have really good objective taking power on the side of XG, which IG didn't in that game, so they have decent tower damage, they have decent rush taking potential. DY walking on Poshka.
Yeah, Icarus dive right on top of him. Meanwhile, Radon going on to XXS. ZinQ trying to help out, but won't be able to save the Beastmaster. Maposhka survives, and they do kill Radon. Now they'll look at Mira, and Maposhka's staying nearby, but that might end up costing him his life. But DY will still be traded.
The power shot hit. Yeah,
oh,
it does.
there it is. Well done.
Thank you.
He got
So
a triple kill.
Yeah, he did. Look at his net worth. It's more than XM's at this moment in time.
That's
He's
crazy.
level 5.
That's actually insane.
Oof, I mean, we've seen what he can do before on these kind of heroes in Q. Just so good at Dota 2, the video game.
Why is there
Refill
Dota 2 the
on the
movie?
wall. I wish. Well, there is Dota 2 the anime, to be fair.
Yeah, let's not talk about that. There's a ZinQ 7 TV emote. Yes, that is getting added.
That is excellent. That is so excellent. Mod this guy.
No, let's not go that far.
Give him a house, speak up.
Let's not go
What's
that
wrong with
far.
you?
Seriously, let's relax. What is this Weibo post? I don't know what that is.
Zincute, Slurpglorpin, Zincute, Slurpglorpin.
Yeah, Slurpglorpin doesn't exist, guys. Are they just doing this again?
To them it
Same
does.
spot?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, I was watching a
Look how
replay
shit
for a
did them.
second.
I know, I did too. Ooh, Ame is sitting on the portal. They know that Radon's coming up here.
Oh, Radon.
Wow.
ZinQ,
what
though,
an
Shackle
excellent read.
connecting. Great move. And Extreme are going to get this kill. Ame getting credit for that kill, which is great for them.
Wow, that was kind of like, you know how like in Romeo and Juliet, they're like, you know, across from the windows or whatever, looking
Sure,
at each other. Yeah, I think Romeo's in like the garden in the movie or whatever. And that's what that felt like, you know? Vitoro coming through the portal, Ame with his loving arms.
Yeah, they'll drink the poison, you know?
And Collapse, I feel like he feels, I think, that he doesn't have the luxury of going for the Blade Mail at the moment, so he's going straight into Blink. Can they punish Ame? Nice ice path.
They can try and punish Ame. He still has level 6. He can ult here eventually if he gets it. Oh, wait, what?
It can't go, it goes through.
Oh, man. No, I know that, but I thought he was just gonna die without using it, you know? Like, it looked like he had committed to not using it, and unfortunately now he just dies. All of a sudden, ZinQ's got his ult.
He has a whirlwind, by the way.
Yeah, this is not doing nearly as much damage as he would have hoped, but now Maposhka in trouble. Shield Crash collides into Maposhka, getting that kill in the Oracle, and Epicenter ends up wearing out, but Collapse is here. He's got his ult. They've got the call, and now they'll get the Culling Blade.
Can they catch some cutie? Doesn't look like it.
Surely not.
They can. So 2k gold lead here for the side of XG, but pretty nice to get those kills onto Collapse. He's going to be the one really enabling the rest of the team spirit here with his initiations, and always feels good to get those early stacks going on Axe. Yatoro is a little bit behind where we would want him to be, but I mean, is Yatoro ever really actually behind? I feel like you say that and then, you know, tab out for 10 minutes and he's top of the net worth, 15 kills.
Right.
It could be like that this game. I think especially if Collapse is able to make this much space with this early Blink Dagger he's deciding to opt for. And Laurel as well, he's really farmed on Laurel. He's had nice rotations on the Sand King, matching XM very well. We've seen that Sand King can be a bit annoying for the Beastmasters in the way that you just kind of walk into the triangle, try to take stacks from them. In all things considered, a decent game state for both teams. XXS sitting at the top of the net worth though at the moment. Could get into that early ags that we like to see. I'm very surprised though that XMG took the Whirlwind. I wonder what the cook is from there. Maybe because he's playing into the axe and he thinks that the blade mail is going to be so annoying, but I mean you just don't ulti the axe in that case, right? You'd think. I know that his like wind run gets dispelled by Oracle, so that's probably the rationale, but I feel like Focus Fire is just a better spell than Whirlwind.
Well, Whirlwind can output a decent amount of damage if given the opportunity. And with the greediness that XMG builds, I wouldn't be shocked if it's given that opportunity to do so.
He might go straight into... I mean, usually I would expect from Wind Rangers to go like Yo Atos into the Gleipnir. Maybe XMG just... I mean, with how much gold he has, maybe he just buys a Maelstrom. I would. Fuck it. Ame. Not saying the same thing.
Blink, call, and now trouble afoot as Collapse has that Culling Blade once again to kill Ame.
This is so cool, the axe into the Troll Warlord. I didn't even think about it when they picked it in draft. I just thought, oh, it's Collapse, like he's incredible at this hero, but the counter into Troll feels really nice. Usually, you know, he'd feel so much safer on Ame being there, because, you know, worst case scenario, he presses the ulti and his team starts TPing in, but you just kind of die. I mean, you can't do much and blink out from Laurel and Collapse.
Collapse coming over, and XM, ooh, Culling Blade, not going to get the kill. Now they go to the epicenter. Rolling Thunder's used. Supernova comes out. Whirlwind. Laurel able to get away from this Windrunner, and the power shot doesn't land, but eventually the Rolling Thunder connects, and XMG gets the kill anyway.
Another kill. Wow. XMG having quite the showing on this Wind Ranger. We saw, it feels like he's doing what Akashi was doing the other day on Wind Ranger. You want to go in on Collapse, but you don't have the ulti to do so. Ooh. Ironwood Tree almost gets Miposhka out of dodge, but he can. Oof.
God, he can't
Could
go
have ulted
anywhere.
himself if he wasn't chain stunned. Really nice shackle from XMG.
Seriously, good chain stun there. Getting the kill in the Oracle. Even with Ame just getting kind of bullied in lane. This is still a 3k lead with Beastmaster getting all that farm, of course.
Yeah, this is definitely worrying to some degree. I think Beastmaster as well is not particularly that worried about Axe as a hero, and so the other top net worth of Team Spirit being Collapsed doesn't feel like it's that threatening to XXS at the moment. You're just so tanky with that Ags. And going Ame, so instead of going the Ags first, which we've seen, it has felt decent, he's going for BKB, or he's going for Battle Fury and then the Ag. So he's going to be really good at farming, but kind of weak before that BKB timing. XM has a Blink Dagger himself, kind of falling behind in the net worth here. DY showing his position with the Fire Spirits. Team Spirit nicely covering what could have been a Roche attempt from XG with XXS, but a little bit smarter than that, sensing that there might be some movement down here. And Ame is too far away in the top side of the map to be caught by Collapse and Mira.
Yeah.
And
time.
Roshan, they're going to start it.
No
and
surprise.
I mean, Phoenix Beastmaster could be actually a bit awkward. I don't know if they quite have the damage at the exact moment before it moves, but I say that, and it's Beastmaster, and they do.
Yeah.
So, well played.
Typical Beastmaster Ags.
Oof, and Miposhka.
Getting caught.
Chain stun, not quite there. He can't ulti himself, and he does. He has the wand. He lives here. He lives here. And even turns around. Fortune's End. One cool thing that, yeah, some Oracle players do, or that you can do on Oracle, is any type of regen, because you're not taking damage in False Promise, feels really nice. Specifically like Salve, Bottle, these kind of things, because they don't get stopped. So Salve is so much effective HP, especially in the early game. Urn is similar as well. We used to see Oracles go Urn a little bit more when it had a bit more power in the base upgrade rather than the Spirit Vessel. How do we stop the bleeding on the side of Team Spirit? You went into this early Blink Dagger on Collapse and got a few kills, but now it feels like XG is not allowing that.
Kind of sticking together a little bit more, a little bit closer to each other, not just leaving Ame out in the lane to farm.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, it is Collapse on Axe, and Axe is a hero that doesn't feel that bad to just be farming on him, even though it's nice to abuse that Blink Dagger timing. This hero does a lot with items, so I mean, you're not really upset if you get into like an earlier BKB from Collapse, if you get into like, I've seen, you know, Bloodstones later on in the game. All different sorts of things that you can do on Axe, and so I mean, you know, you're just Yatoro as well. We were talking about how he's very good at recovering as a player.
Right.
Pretty much sitting right even with Ame at this point.
Yeah, that's what
mostly the supports.
That's what he needed to do yesterday. On the Muerta, his team was behind a decent amount, but he just found the open space to farm up and make sure that, you know, he got to that point where he felt confident to play the fight for the one position. Rolling Thunder coming in. Collapse was looking for his blink target. Sunray on XXS as he starts to walk away. They take out that vision and get away from these four heroes on the side of Team Spirit that's set up over bottom.
Yatoro kind of sneaking at mid tower, but isn't sneaking if he goes down.
Yeah, they've got the Primal Roar, the Pop, the Enrage, a turnaround on the XXS, but the Shackle connects on the singular creep that's there. Oh no. Yatoro's gonna die. Icarus dive. DY's got Supernova if he feels like using it. Sunray to stop these blink outs. Ice Path gonna land on the DY. Might be forced to use the Supernova and will. Laurel ends up dead here to XXS, who was working with a little bit of health. They get the kill on Amira. 3 heroes dead on the side of Team Spirit.
And XXS in the meantime doesn't even die.
No.
I mean, he still just has this Aegis, and I mean, that is extremely worrying. You made this 3k lead into a 5k lead. Yatoro was recovering so nicely, and now is 1,000 gold behind off the back of that. It was so unfortunate too. Miposhka was in the animation of the False Promise as Yatoro went down there, just barely overstepping his bounds. He was so close to living, as Yatoro tends to do, but this time doesn't get away with it. And Yules on Zincute. That is the item I wanted to see from him. That's the item I think of this game. He has it. Sets up.
Whoa. Burrow strike.
How did he not get hit by anything there?
He literally walks away from that. That was everybody converging on him at once. How?
Hey, do you think Zincute has the power of the Matrix?
That's what it seems like.
I'm
He was
starting-
Neo right there.
Yeah, he might be the one.
I know Kung Fu.
Wow. Zincute, you can't touch this. Does feel like that. They can't touch XG very much on the side of Team Spirit. But on the other end, looking for Radon again. Ooh, Enrage. Not long enough.
Mira's gonna die eventually. They've got the Whirlwind now. Oh, Yule's on to the Oracle to make sure that they can't get the False Promise out immediately, but they do ultimately get it off. They'll lose Miposhka. They're gonna stick on Radon. Burrow strike on it too. False Promise runs out, and now the attention is on to Laurel.
Too cute to kill. Zincute doing so much on this Wind Ranger. I mean, how do you deal with this guy? He's just walking at you. Whirlwind, stunting on him. This Yules is out so early from him, and it's really what I wanted to see. didn't opt to go for kind of the greedy Zen Q route we've seen with like Maelstrom or anything silly like that. He goes straight into business drums Yules. So annoying for the side of Team Spirit, and Ame all this time definitely feels weak, this kind of Ags Battle Fury build before the BKB, but it doesn't feel weak if you don't see an enemy hero on your screen. Feels quite nice when it's just the neutrals. XXS almost BKB himself. It feels like they've really mitigated a lot of the impact from Team Spirit here. Laurel and Collapse going into these early blinks, and got a few things off the initial ones, but not much after that. Ame and Yutoro, great minds think alike, taking the tormentors on their respective sides, and ZinQ for all of his hard work.
Getting that Gale Force.
That feels incredible. Can Collapse take down the QD?
He'll try.
Oh,
He's got
like
Mirror nearby. That could have been
opportunity.
the yeah. I was just to say the same thing. That should have been the opportunity.
Do they stick around? I don't think ZinQ is going to step up that far, but looks like he is. He thinks he's safe.
Link, call, power shot, and this should be a kill.
Nice. Wow, I thought that he kind of wouldn't greed for that second one, but might have been looking elsewhere. Didn't expect them to make that move or to be so patient. So doesn't matter much that they might have missed that initial opportunity. They get it on the second try.
So something about Jinkyu that I've talked about a bunch when I cast Chinese Dota. He in his professional career has played every single position at some point for a decent amount of time.
I believe it. I mean, it kind of shows, I think. What was his like initial thing? What was his debut role?
I'm
If you know.
almost certain he came in as a carry.
I would think so from watching his play, and I mean carrying this one a little bit. Doesn't actually have to use, but the Rolling Thunder is really nicely done.
He's
Collapse
gonna
goes
die
down.
with ease.
XM actually has an Aghanims, so didn't go for the Yules, and XXS can't quite get
You're
this kill on the
spotted,
but
false
I think he will
promise,
be
TP,
rooted.
and does he? Yeah, he just dies.
Yep. BKB from XXS. This map is getting really small for Team Spirit. Yatoro is farming up still nicely. Actually went Sanjay early, which I think is a pretty decent decision considering all the disables they have, and I think he's recognizing that he can't fight at the moment, so no reason to rush into the BKB, you know. If you can get it later into the game, it'll have more duration, and at the moment he's not even actually looking at one, which I find interesting. Oof. Almost Sanjay on Ame. This guy is good at hitting creeps.
So, technically, his first event was the WVW National Electronics Sports Classic in 2014. He came in fourth. He played with a bunch of other rando Chinese players. He was playing mid. Now, this was in 2014, where this event had Hyper Glory team with ZSMJ, CTY playing mid, XTT, and Pretty Haw. The TI4 newbie roster was playing. Vici Gaming with Sylar, Super, ROTK, FY, and Fenrir was playing.
That's a lot of good players.
The old LGD with Rabbit, Lin, Yao, DD, and DDC. And then it had IG with Ferrari and Chuan and Faith on it. And also, it had CIS Game, which was my close friend Black, with Inflame, June, AO, and Demons. Like, there were so many big players in this.
Do you know where Inflame went? I was a huge fan of Inflame. There was so many big names that you said, but I loved watching Inflame when he was on.
That Bat Rider play was so good when he was on LFY. Like, that's what I remember from him most.
His Nature's Prophet on LFY was disgusting. That dude was like solo carrying games on Nature's Prophet. That being said, they do get Aegis onto Ame, but well, a lot of those names, I was very young. I was 10 years old when this tournament was played, but I actually do remember a lot of those kind of old school names that I've seen. And XXS, really good
BKB
reaction.
He then went to offlane after that.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm getting this fight.
Ice Path. Primal Roar used as well. Blink Call coming through on the XXS. They'll get the kill to the Beastmaster. Rolling Thunder. And the Reins are down, but Laurel is dead. Maposhka is next. He'll fall. Never gets that ult off. TP out from Mira. And it's only just the Beastmaster dead for Extreme Gaming.
I'm starting to get PTSD from Oracle, seeing so much rain on my screen. Yeah, nice fight from XG. They have, I mean, just the reaction for XS, that's very nice, and they end up killing him, not losing his whole ton, so Team Spirit not in terrible position. But as we're talking about, it also makes sense in Q that he would have been a mid player in 2014, because that was kind of the all-star role back then. It felt like you could very easily carry games from mid, as opposed to kind of how it's developed the past few years on that role.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like at that point in Dota, like everybody wanted to be like the mid laner, you know, like they wanted to be like the best 1v1 laner. They wanted to carry games, you know, Shadow Fiend and run off with the game. A lot different than what we see nowadays, where we like, you know, nowadays we have Pangolier versus Sand King, and they're both sitting 5th and 6th in net worth respectively.
Yeah, it's so definitely different than it was then. And I will say, when he went to Tong Fu and made his first major team, he ended up playing safe lane. So he was actually at, with that Tong Fu team, he was actually at DAC that year.
Oh.
In 2015, which is crazy to think about, because when you think about all the players that were taking everybody's eyes at that DAC tournament, and you think about the teams were at DAC 2015, you barely remember Tong Fu. Like, this is a tournament that had Vici, LGD, Newbie, IG, Secret, EG, MVP Phoenix, Rave at that time, which is a really good roster. Then the qualified teams were Tong Fu, CDEC with Aggressive, Somnus, and Mikasa. eHome was ZYF, Mushi, Ohio, Inflame in the 4. Then there was Big God with Burning, Zhao 8, ROTK, Lanham, and Ice Ice, which is a insane roster.
Absurd roster at that time, yeah.
The EE Bone 7 Cloud 9 team. There was Navi with Havos and Dendi. There was Hyper Gory team with ZSMJ and all them. And Kaka as Burrow Strike comes through, and they get the kill here on a DY. But then the wildcard teams even included Wings Gaming and Speed Gaming of China. Like, there's so many teams that you just get lost in it that you don't realize that XinQ is playing for a team like Tong Fu at an event like that. This was in 2015, chat.
Yeah, there was, I mean, at that point in time, it was, TI was like, it was considered that, you know, Western team would win and then a Chinese team would win. That went on for a while there. Unfortunately, in the past few years, we haven't seen a Chinese TI winner, and at this tournament, a few of the teams at Snow Ruyi, Chinese teams, have unfortunately dropped out. Yeah. Extreme Gaming, the last hope here for Chinese fans at their home crowd. But yeah, I'm really aching for a Chinese Dota resurgence. When you say all those names,
I always want it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you say all those names, you remember how strong China was.
Mm-hmm. I know that a lot of times people consider like Chinese Dota as kind of like the boring Dota, but I love watching Chinese Dota. I mean, in these past few years, when the region hasn't been as strong, I feel like they've been almost more fun to watch than they were when they were like at their peak. But they just, man, some of these Chinese Dota players are just so good. And XinQ is one of them, even from all the way back then. Even to now, I mean, that is a long time to be a professional Dota player, 10 years.
Yeah, so many of these players are still so, like, they're young still. XinQ's only 26, but you're playing 10 years ago when you're 16, like, back then in China, you could make a name for yourself at such a young age.
Mm-hmm. I miss, I know he isn't like a super old one, but I miss SCCC,
Yeah, same.
if you will. XM, oof.
Rolling Thunder coming in. Yatoro trying to get his hands onto Jinkyu of all things. Oh, actually also kills DY. They get both supports out of the hands of Extreme Gaming. They look over at Ame with the epicenter being used, but the Blink Burrow Strike follow-up. Collapse is here, waiting for his moment. Looking to potentially just get that Blink call. That's what he'll do. He'll have the Culling Blade. It's not even needed. No buyback available for Ame. XXS with the BKB, trying to get a kill on him, Maposhka at least, but he'll false promise himself and eventually be Culling Bladed down as well.
Yeah, really excellent fight from Team Spirit. Bursting the 2 supports is, I mean, that's the best possible thing that can ever happen in most games. Yatoro sitting on the top of the net worth, so doing exactly what we talked about. I mean, this is, as bad as it gets, essentially. The cleave, not expecting it. Not even getting the egg out on DY. And Ame, definitely overestimating his strength here. He's 20 gold away from the Satanic at this point. Maybe feels like he could have tried to fight it if he had it, and he does an XSS, tries to get a kill off the back of it. Really nice, Yules. And, I mean, so Team Spirit, TS, they tend to do this, right? Where you feel like sometimes, mediocre laning phase. Draft is kind of, whatever for the early game. They get behind, and then all of a sudden, crazy team fight, net worth gold is even, if not in their favor. And suddenly, they just, kind of take over the game, exude this kind of confidence that Yatoro has on position 1 and run away with it. It reminds me of, I'm going to confess to my sins here a little bit. I've been watching some Pro League as of recent.
LCK?
LCK. Predominantly, but I really like LPL, which is the Chinese region in League. But the world winners of last year, and obviously the world winners a few times, T1 with Faker, probably the biggest name that everybody knows, biggest name in esports. T1, they're kind of known in this current roster and iteration as the team that time and time again, they lose the early game, they lose Dragons and Baron and objectives randomly, and then out of nowhere with this gold deficit, they just bring out this crazy team fight you think they never could have won because they're just better. They're just better mechanically at team fighting, and that's what Team Spirit feels reminiscent of. I'm getting like the same kind of energy these past few years from them of just, we're good, we're better, and we're gonna show you that. No matter how far behind we are, we can always find the opportunity. Yatoro is probably the best player in the world at doing so.
As they blink in, Primal Roar, stopping the TP from Mira, getting the kill there onto the Jakiro, chasing Yatoro. They've got that Gale Force. They'll pop that ult. Ame just right-clicking and not taking any damage as this Ursa for the moment, but eventually knowing when this Enrage runs out that he is dead. They catch the Yules onto Laurel. Burrow Strike trying to get away, goes into the Sandstorm, pops that Bloodstone. They have the vision. They'll have the control. Yules up into the air once again, as Laurel eventually shall die here to Ame, and the Whirlwinds on Maposhka. This should be a 4th, but false promising himself, still under the threshold, trying to heal, but collapse? BKB, Maposhka also dies after the false promise. He dropped that gem that's going to be picked up by a courier. Collapses, BKB's going to run out. He'll look for a call, but it's a full team wipe for Extreme Gaming.
What was I saying again, B-Cop?
Whatever you saying, it ended with Caster's Curse.
Yeah, I think it began with it too. Is the game over for Team Spirit? We don't have a glyph here. You can, no, the timers are too short slightly, so they're just gonna go for 2 sets of racks if they can get it. I mean, that's Yatoro. I love his build. I think it's nice for this game, but he's not quite at the Octarine, so he's in an awkward spot, and getting caught out by XXS on this Beastmaster with the Shivas, just barely giving vision. Oof, I mean, struggling at that moment. When you get caught out like that, it just feels like, I feel so helpless at that point. And Team Spirit, I think, as good as you are at team fighting, you need to recognize your losses and you need to cut them. They lost so many more heroes than they needed to at the end of there. I mean, Collapse jumping in for no reason.
Yeah, that felt like a bit much.
Trying to say Laurel getting Yules. He had Blink and Yules and just didn't respect it from Xin Q. Feeling a little bit like Gen G in the LCK on the terms of Extreme Gaming, which for anybody who doesn't watch League, is just an extremely dominant team. They just play so well together and always have such good macro decisions.
We are mentioning League here, by the way, guys, because we're on the front page of Twitch right now. Truth be told, we got to be open to all viewership. We're bringing people into the Dota audience and explaining in their terms. Explain this to me in basketball terms. I couldn't do that for you, but
people can compare Dota to sports, but as soon as I compare Dota to its
League of
main
Legends,
competitor,
yeah. Could you explain it to me in Heroes of the Storm terms?
Yeah, you guys are pretentious. We're gonna start explaining everything in what's the Adventure Time one? Adventure Time MOBA.
Oh, Card Wars.
No, but that's like a game they play in the show.
Yeah,
I actually,
really
when
good.
I was young, I really wished that I could play Card Wars.
Floop the Pig.
It's the pig. What a great show.
This is easy. League is for baby morons, and Dota is for adult
read it out
geniuses.
loud.
No, I'll read it out loud. It's fine. Yatoro.
Whatever.
Gale Force. Primal Roar onto the Oracle. Burrow Strike coming through, but it's not going to look to do enough, and the False Promise gets used on just the Oracle. They go into the Supernova. They'll focus their attention on Alarl as he's up in the air, killed off by Jinkyu, and they do have buyback, but they will lose Mira as well. Buying back immediately on this Jakiro. Tier 2 is going to get taken. This is the last set of racks that they need in this lane to get Mega Creeps.
Yeah, XG, I feel like we saw it before from them. They do such a good job of taking the high ground. And
Blink in from the Ursa. Obs, chill out. They're going to go in, and Yatoro is going to be in trouble again. This Gale Force proven to be a problem. They're kiting out this Ursa so well. Primal Roar is going to be available. They go to the Whirlwind. They've got the Burrow Strike coming in. This is Ame down low, but has an Aegis. They get the kill on Amira. Once again, they'll take out Maposhka. They both don't have buyback, and it's going to be just Radon going up against Ame, and it looks like Ame might be able to win this with Collapse in his face anyway. Burrow Strike landing onto the back lines. They'll call GG as Radon got out of that. Collapse was fighting him and ends up losing that fight. 4 heroes dead. No team wipe, but a victory nonetheless for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, it feels like Yatoro's build was cool, but it just felt like he didn't have the fight. more traditional offlaners for collapse, and you know, if you want catch and frontline, you can always go Magnus collapse, please. I'm on my knees, I'm begging. I'm still glorping over here for collapse Magnus.
Is Magnus good enough these days?
No, he's pretty bad. But collapse, I mean, you can make anything work, right?
Right.
Peak up.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll see. We'll see more than 40 heroes picked this whole tournament, right? Right, Peacock?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not, honestly. I'm sorry to say.
What is XG thinking for? Oh, I mean, I still like Morphling. I hope they go into it for XG. It feels pretty solid in this draft, and they really need damage. Mixed damage is nice if they can get it as well. What do they want to go for here? Ame certainly eyeing the Morphling, you would imagine. There's still Sven as well, which I feel isn't particularly nerfed that much on carry roll. It's a decent game for it here. But if I'm on the side of Extreme Gaming, I know who my carry player is. I'm saying, give him the Water Man, give him the Water Boy. Oh.
Storm. So, all right. Xingqiu back on the Timbersaw.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was kind of expecting. They are going to play carry Shadow Fiend, but that means I don't like this, because now you're showing your cards so much that Team Spirit, they have a last pick into your Shadow Fiend, and it is Collapse. What does he want? Does he do something weird here to mess with Shadow Fiend? Because he could try to. There's also, there's still Pangolier, but I mean, Collapse, I believe, plays Pango. He could pick it if he wants. XG honestly could pick Pango as well if they wanted to mid laner, but set out for the Storm. What is he cooking up on Collapse? They could also pick a carry potentially if they want to put DK in the offlane, but you don't want to lane DK into the Shadow Fiend, and it feels like a pretty solid Dragon Knight carry game for Radon. Do you just go in the Centaur and play the lane normally? Do you play some kind of off-lane Winter Wyvern? Some Visage? I was kind of thinking about this hero earlier, but it feels a little bit awkward with whatever support pairing it is. More than likely, I guess, the Jakiro, but it's a lot of damage. That's a lot of magic damage onto a Shadow Fiend. I like this Visage pickup.
What was the change with the Soul Assumption?
So now there is a new facet on the Visage that you can take. It's called Death Toll. He might still take the one that gives Grave Chill and AoE. That one is quite strong, but Death Toll, if you're going to max Soul Assumption, kills onto it give 105, 140, 175, up to 210 bonus gold. So depending on how many charges you have, which is a lot. I mean, if you hit level 7 with the Soul Assumption and you hit somebody with a max Soul Assumption, if they die within 3 seconds of being affected by that, they'll give you an extra 210 gold. That's a lot. That is a lot of gold early, and it does say as well, creep gold is 15%. So if you kill a creep with a max soul Assumption, you still are getting bonus gold from this. I think this facet is definitely a strong one. That being said, AoE Grave Chill is also very strong for this hero, considering most of the time that's what people are maxing. The biggest thing, of course, is Visage is very nice into the carry SF. So when you see them put Shadow Fiend onto the carry role, you give Collapse this kind of pick of what do you want into this hero, and Visage is one of the top ones for sure. Not only are you keeping such distance because you're ranged, but your passive is really nice into the kind of like the burst poke, the Gravekeeper's cloak giving you damage reduction, and you're not very worried if it's going to be Clockwork Shadow Fiend, which is such a strong lane, because you're just going to hit them. You're just going to fight back. Soul Assumption does so much damage in the early game. You could probably get at least 1 point just to be oppressive. Could even max it if he does want to go the route of this Death Toll facet. I am a little bit scared for XG and Ame specifically on the Shadow Fiend. This Visage could be a real sleeper pick for the first time we've seen it.
I'd love for it to be a sleeper pick, truthfully.
And he does go Death Toll, and he goes first level into the Soul Assumption. This makes a lot of sense. It's also... So Visage typically in the offlane, what you want to do to enable this hero the foremost is you want to play a tanky kind of frontline support that does decent damage. So one of the best pairings with Visage is Clockwork, Spirit Breaker are kind of the typical ones I think about. ATF mode. It's pretty funny. Zinq giving out a ha-ha. Zinq in the chat, if you will. But Jakiro is kind of... Actually, it looks like it is Hoodwink, so... Hoodwink doesn't stereotypically fit that, but the harass is still really heavy. Hoodwink can be really annoying for heroes like SF. Just using that acorn shot. So not the pairing that I wanted. I wanted to see the Jakiro with the Visage XD.
33 mode XD. By the way, I'm going to pour my coffee real quick. I was making it before.
Yeah, go for it.
Actually, I'm going to wait and see if there's a
I can,
fight here.
okay.
Unless you want to play-by-play, you can go for it.
I can. DY, he's going down here. He is getting clicked by Mira, and body blocks are coming out. Can you get the extra gold from the Death Bolt? Collapse gets a first blood. And extra gold from this new facet. That is not the start you want to give over to this last pick on Collapse. That is not a great start for the side of XG and DY. We already thought he might struggle into this kind of double range lane. Giving away kill is never the way to circumvent that. While on the mid lane, doesn't take the AoE increased talent in this game, which I find interesting. Some of these mid rubrics opt to go for the mana loss one, so you just keep your mana high, you can stay on the map a little bit longer. Don't think it's a bad decision. Other than that, I would expect the other lanes I think will be chill, but this bot lane could really get out of hand for Ame. Mira trying to hit him with the cogs on DY, but not precise enough, so he just walks out.
Alright, I'm back.
Nice. The chat went crazy.
Chat went crazy?
They didn't. I just wanted to feel good.
They did. They love you.
They love me. They love me not.
No, stop picking flowers. Get out of here. What are you doing? There's slurping your cast.
Picking. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Slurping every ounce of confidence I have. But yeah, I think these lanes will be pretty chill outside of the bot lane. This one's gonna be a rager. He's going into early null talismans, which I like. So sometimes Visage, the way that they'll play is they'll go kind of like Wraith Bands or Bracers, and they'll max Q and they'll max their passive. That way they're really strong once they hit level 6, and they have so much, you know, potential power with just the birds. They can take objectives, they can be really annoying under the tower, they're great at farming. But Visages that go for the Soul Assumption max with Null Talisman, and sometimes even like Arcane Boots into Greaves. I've seen Phylactery as well on this variation. It makes the laning phase very volatile, because you're much more susceptible to getting, you know, ran down without that movement speed you can get. From the Grave Chill, but you deal so much burst damage.
Maposhka?
Zinq.
Yeah, is
the lanes. He's a...
Again, I love that he's so willing to play Timbersaw.
Oh yeah, I think it's cool, and all things considered, I'm not the biggest fan of this Storm Spirit either. It's nice to jump the backline. It's actually, I mean, all things considered, the CC can be a bit difficult from Team Spirit, but I just worry that not only is it not going to particularly have much value early lane into the Rubik, just that it's kind of struggle to actually like do damage in this Team Spirit line up in the early game. And Mira, so good at dodging those cogs, even kills one of them just for fun. Ooh, this is going to be a lot of damage onto Ame. Can he die here?
He definitely could. He's quite low. Soul Assumption, Mira. Gotta eat that quick. Now the raises, but...
There we go. That's
Soul
extra gold.
Assumption.
That's money in the pocket.
And a kill.
And he has launch charges.
He might get another kill here. He's got a good amount of health to play with now after the wands, and he gets a second.
Look how much money he... I want them to switch to net worth for a second on Observer. Oh, by the way, Zinq.
That is...
extremely cute play. And he lives!
Oh my god.
He truly is the one. I think that is, I think that's been established. Zinq, what a player. Places the branch to get the Timber Chain down for himself, and, ooh, rotation over. XM has the raindrop, so doesn't fall there.
So... I have a Zinq story. When I was at Gamers 8, like 2 years ago, however long ago it was, LGD was playing, and I'm sitting in the like food area getting breakfast, and it's me and Black and a couple other people were just getting breakfast, and I see LGD. They come up and they're eating their food, and Jinkyu gets up and he starts getting some more food for his plate, and he sees like this really long pepper. And you know, long peppers. I don't know if it's a hot pepper. It's clearly a pepper, but I don't know how hot it's gonna be. And he like waves to get the attention of his team, and they just go, "Oh!" And he goes, and he starts slowly lowering into his mouth to the just not groans of LGD, but he just goes, "Oh!" And then he eats it just to the stem, and that was it. And like everybody was just impressed, but silently impressed that he just ate this whole pepper in one bite.
So what you're telling me canonically is that Xinkyu is a slorp glorper at heart.
He slorp glorped that pepper, but it was the most adorable slorp glorping I've ever seen, and he was just making everybody laugh. Like everybody on LGD was just laughing.
I love the kind of energy that Xinkyu brings. He really is a cutie at heart.
Thanks for the fake story. Black would back me up on that. He was there as well.
Thanks.
He was there.
Story. It had to circle back.
I don't tell. Wait, circle back to what?
Just the glorpin.
Oh, I don't tell fake stories. Never. Never.
Ooh, big damage from Mira. And oof, I am so worried for Ame on this SF. This Visage pick was excellent. And look at his net worth off this Death Toll facet. He's gotten 3 kills, one of them being a first blood, all of them utilizing this passive. Probably getting at least, I would say, well, it was level 3, so he probably got around an extra 300 gold almost by 6 minutes from it, which obviously you don't always get this many kills, but into the SF it feels like it's not that crazy that you might. Look how much, oof. That's 100 and, I believe, 60 even through the raindrops.
God.
And Laurel's here. But he's a little bit.
Laurel! Laurel! Jinkyu. All right.
Xinkyu gets it. And here's the storm. The rotation can be big, and collapses. He's very squishy.
Yeah.
He's very squishy.
And Ame got that kill too. God damn.
Laurel, what are you doing?
Laurel.
And give the kill over to XM, who try to,
or
if you can.
Now he's gonna. Who's got the mana for this? Whirling Death. No mana for it. There it is. There we go.
I mean, you're giving Galvanized stacks over to XM, which feels great. Laurel is still pretty convincingly ahead of XM, but what a misstep by him. We talked about how Laurel feels like he's one of the most consistent mid laners in Dota since his entry to the scene, honestly. He really just does good stuff, you know? Most of the time, you don't see him kind of making those awkward plays on you know, any mid laner and just walking under the tower, overstepping his bounds. Not the biggest deal, but giving away that gold, especially from the kill streak on Collapse, oof. He might get even more gold on Collapse. Looks like he will.
Soul Assumption kill.
I believe this is the second set of raindrops from DY. Look at his net worth. How much of it has been consumables into this laning phase.
Can you do the math?
No. I don't know. I don't know if anybody can do the math.
Okay. Big stack.
Because when you eat a consumable, I think it just is like, let's go on net worth. Or when your raindrops like go away.
I never buy raindrops. Maybe I should start doing that. It's one of those things that I feel like separates.
There's like 6 sets of them in this game.
I feel like
DY
raindrops
likes them
separate.
so much, he bought them twice.
I usually, as an Ancient Apparition, I just never buy them. Some people in my chat will usually just be like, why didn't you buy raindrops? And I just go, yeah, I don't buy those.
Interesting.
That's the difference between me getting from Legend to Ancient, though.
I don't know if I am going to emotionally be able to handle buying raindrops after this tournament.
3K lead already here for Spirit.
Yeah. A lot of it in this Visage. 5.5k got this tower, so even though he feels a little bit more susceptible to kind of, you know, dying without as many points in the passive as Visage might have, he has so much net worth that, I mean, it doesn't feel like it quite frankly really matters that much. And, oof. He's getting close to guarding Greaves. It's 9 minutes into the game. Can they punish Collapse? Or do they even want to try? Could always turn back around on them if they're not careful. 2 ships in the night. Ame and Mira. They see Maposhka. Surely XM doesn't let this one happen.
Oh, God, that was a lot of quick damage. Maposhka just dying to XM in a heartbeat. All right,
Yeah,
you guys
being
are
a little bit too aggressive.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Rojo. You know what? I gave you guys with the the hope and heart to say legend, and you guys are like legend Keck W. Come on, guys. I'm one of you. I'm the man of the people. I'm a man of the people.
Legend Keck W, says the Crusader in chat.
Yeah, exactly. Legend Keck W says. Yeah, you know what? Whatever, guys. I just want to be cool like you.
You are cool. Not like us, but
You have
you're cool in your
3
own way,
ancient
John.
accounts? This guy's smurfing over here. Get him, Valve.
Yeah,
get
get
him.
him
Get him. Get him. All right, sorry. Back to the game. Just had to get that out of my system. XXS is here, and he's top of the net worth for his team. But you can see the big splits here for Spirit, especially with the Visage. It's a lot. I read that change in the facet, and I was like, Visage could be strong. I'm getting vindicated in my mind.
义勇军团正在扫描。
Did you do that, or did I tell you that? I don't remember.
What?
正受到攻击。
The Visage thing. I was telling you I thought it was Sleeper. the
You were
other day.
telling us about it when we were reading the patch notes, I think the first day.
天辉中塔
And then I was like, this sounds good. I'm going to believe Rojo.
Well, you said you. You didn't say we. I feel like you really left me out.
Sorry, I try to take credit for things that aren't mine. I apologize. We read it together. And
No, I read it, and then I told it to you, B-Cop. Let's not get it twisted, okay? You're deflecting here about being legend, okay? I don't want to. I can't take this from you, okay?
No.
It's just,
Is this where we're breaking
it's
up?
just getting overwhelming. You take away slurping from me.
Oh, I couldn't tell
You
if
take
Rojo
away-
is serious until he mentioned Slurp Gorping. I kind of got nervous. I was like, is this a real fight? I have no idea, guys.
Is there going to be a real fight in the mid lane? between
Ooh,
Team
good
Spirit and
transition.
XG?
Clap, clap, clap. Ball Lightning,
clap.
Vortex, Maposhka, Ice Path, but Jinkyu ready to Whirling Death once he's unfrozen.
被摧毁。
My favorite thing that Storm Spirits do is this little dance. Oh, Laurel.
天辉星
Laurel.
Laurel? Okay.
What is he doing? Oh.
电眼上
Anyway,
塔已被摧毁。
I mean, they're still doing quite good on the side of Team Spirit, just giving away very unnecessary kills. But my favorite thing that Storm Spirits do, or that I like watching them do, is when they, in order to get more damage from the overload, they like you press R on your portrait is how you do it, and then you zip in the play. That's how you use the least amount of mana when you zip, possible. It's the most, it's the most micro efficient thing that you can do on Storm Spirit. But it just looks funny because they like looks like they're gonna cast the ulti and then they just like don't go anywhere. It's a little dance move. DY is trying to farm in the enemy jungle. Trying, I say as he did.
Yeah, he got some farm.
He got away with it.
That was nice.
Thief in the night. You know who I missed too? Is Afu on the team
电
at the
眼
moment?
下塔正受
Afu?
到攻
I
击
feel like, yeah, Afu. He's the thief in the night.
I don't think Afu's on a team at the moment. I don't believe
I don't
so.
think so either. I miss watching him. That guy was really fun to watch.
He's the coach of Team Secret apparently right now. I didn't know that.
Oh.
I actually didn't know
That's
that.
cool. I didn't know that at all. That's in Q. He's farming the enemy ancients at the 14-minute mark. Surely he gets punished for that. Is he gonna TP out, or is he just gonna like? Oh, he's gonna do the thing.
辉中塔正受到
I like
攻击
when teams do this. They take the Watcher and then they just kind of sit and see if anybody's gonna walk up and take it and scan. He's actually gonna get away with it on ZenQ. I mean, speaking of thieves in the night, Amira. So what are these little rats doing? Somebody needs to take position 4 players down a peg. What? This is insane. How is neither team putting any emphasis on the 14-minute wisdom rune?
Which is crazy because we've seen so much emphasis on this 7-minute wisdom rune recently, where like 3 or 4 heroes come over, and now we're just getting nobody caring about their 14-minute rune.
Yeah, and smoke in the mid lane. This is so disrespectful. They're so far up when they did the smoke. I really like it, but they might be reading it. Yeah, Ame. Let's just fuck out of here. Collapse. He has built into that creep. So this was another thing about the Visage is he's pretty great at building these aura items that we've seen so many times. And Collapse, unfortunately, can't stop TPs without the birds nearby. They're so deep on the enemy side of the map, XG. They're actually up in gold now.
That's crazy. Oh my god.
I love
how that
look
spams
at the
out.
Rubik remnant. It's so weird. Like, it's so freaky.
When it jumps up in the air
XXS.
and it glitches like that. It's always nice.
He has his own pipe, so XXS is keeping up really well on net worth from such an accelerated Visage. Feels like their moves haven't landed on Team Spirit very much, and XG, their own move. Ooh. Radon. Usually so good at sensing these out. Can he do it again? Doesn't look like it. If DY gets the hook shot.
For a second. Hook shot in. Miposhka's right there, though. Question is, how early does he land in Ice Path with the Macro Pyre? Bushwhack on a 3. Oh, is that even going to be enough, though? Yaturo's already dead. Collapses Visage Familiars. Don't get enough lockdown to really keep them from going into the fight. They look over at Miposhka, who's going to throw a dual breath onto the Clockwork. They get the gun of Collapse as well as Miposhka. These Familiars. Pavis means no kill on Clockwork. Oh my god, how does DOI survive? That is the direct translation. Perfect translation, actually.
It's the Pipe of Insight from XXS. It's doing so much at this point in the game. There's like almost all the damage, realistically, is magic on the side of Team Spirit at this point in the game, and XM trying to catch himself some dinner.
Oh man, Mira, they're
nice
eating
tasty
squirrel tonight. Translation for Pavis, actually, it translates directly into, if you have Twitch Prime, you get a free sub, and you can use it on this stream by clicking on subscribe at the bottom of the stream, and clicking the Twitch Prime sub button, and then pressing subscribe again. That's actually what Pavis stands for.
That's more of like the 18th century kind of what it was being used for back then. Its origin, sub to B cop.
The hieroglyphics on the pyramids say that as well. Sub to B cop.
It's a Twitch Prime.
Yeah.
Next to marbles. Anyway. Ame doing quite well on this SF. He had such a rough start, but now he's quite far ahead of Collapse. It feels like I kind of wish Collapse had just used his momentum to just keep farming. And
yeah, Miposhka.
XM. This last pick Storm is working out really well for them. XM has looked so good on this hero.
That's so good.
And the other part of it too is Laurel was doing so well in the laning phase, but he's really struggled, I think, to have any impact in the past like 6 minutes. They do have the blink, and this could be Laurel's impact. Ooh,
yeah,
Vortex.
Good Vortex steal. If it was anything but, he's out.
Yeah, and we actually don't see a lot of times these Dragonites, they don't go for blink. So Radon is kind of switching from the build we normally see, but he is very farmed on this Dragonite. Not the best matchup actually for the carry SF, considering how much armor you end up getting on Dragonite, and you don't really do any actual meaningful magical damage past a certain point in the game on the carry Shadow Fiend. That being said, he is going to melt the rest of the team.
Can I just say, and I know Rubik just got a kill there with a Vortex that was stolen, but it feels similar, and also Zincu is an insane amount of farm. But hook shot on the squirrel, I'll say what I was thinking in a second, because they're going to get the kill there onto Mira. They steal Whirling Death. Dragon Tail, Burrow Strike coming through from XXS. Soul Assumption, but look at the damage from Jinq forcing the Guardian Greaves. Another Timber Chain. I mean, Jinq's doing so much damage, allowing the rest of the team to follow up, and he kills off Collapse. Jinq, the offlaner from 2015, he's back. Oh my god, Radon's dead too. It's a full team wipe.
We are so
my god.
back. Zinq bros.
Hyperclap.
There it is. There it is. Phosphor Timbersaw looking beautiful. Absolutely beautiful in this game.
Sorry.
And yes, darling. Yes, darling. You look stunning, ZinQ.
Cuties in the chat.
I mean, I think the point you were getting into was probably along the lines of Laurel kind of looks useless.
Yes.
Was that it?
Yeah, it was the fact that Rubik just, you hit this point where you died twice. And I just think that, Rubik in theory, really nice. And you do see these Rubiks pop off. But you die twice in this like mid-game area, and you feel kind of worthless. And there's so many more mids that I think get better outcomes out of this as they finally get 1,000 gold for killing ZinQ there.
Yeah, that'll help Laurel out a little bit. Bit of a donation, which you guys can make yourself here at twitch.tv/bcop.
Hyperclap.
Ame, oh, sorry, Charlie Green.
Aw, Charlie Brown. Who's he rooting for?
He is a big ZinQ fan. Has been for a long time, even though he's 3 years old. A third of the duration of ZinQ's professional career.
Oh my gosh. God, Ame's got so much farm.
Yeah, I'm really worried about this SF, but again, even the troll last game, you can worry about it a little bit in terms of Ame, but it just feels like he's so good at just walking to the other side of the map and killing creeps. He's ahead of where Radon was, and Radon was obscenely farmed. This Visage, I really wish that Collapse and honestly Team Spirit as a whole had just chilled out a little bit. Grave chilled out, if you will. Birds die pretty quick to the Tormentor. This also kind of sucks for Visage. He's not very good, actually, at taking the Tormentor with how much damage birds take.
I was impressed by the Visage to start. I'll be honest. And I don't think that Visage comes up short here because of Visage. I think Visage comes up short here
for sure.
Because Rubik, in my eyes, you don't have a real mid that's relevant to help you. I think even like a Primal Beast mid that could have come over and onslaughted and pulverized, and then you get like that would have been great.
Yeah, Primal Beast is more useful than Rubik mid generally.
Yeah.
Great analysis to speak up.
Okay.
Sorry.
Damn. I am roasted.
There's an aspect of this. So XG, they decided to pick up the Storm for XM, and it feels really nice. He's done a lot on this hero, and in general, they actually don't give the Aegis to him, which is kind of atypical for Storm lineups, but Ame feels so unstoppable that you might as well. It's very hard to play Rubik into Storm. As a support, it's difficult to do it. As a mid, it's actually kind of more difficult because you don't go for... It's not like the first item that you buy in the game is Glimmer Cape. That doesn't feel very good as a mid Rubik because you kind of need the damage. So he went for the Phylactery. I really liked yesterday Makoshka. Was there Makoshka there or DY? It's nice to kill. Yesterday, XM, he's the person that we saw the last time on Rubik before those two kind of disastrous games on Rubik recently. That really felt super impactful, and he went... I believe it was like Rod of Ato's BKB. I don't think there was any games from him. He didn't go for the Phylactery like we've seen these past two Rubik mid games. And I like that adaptation. It just feels like you also didn't have to buy the Phylactery.
Oh my god.
You didn't have to buy the Phylactery on Rubik this game is I think what part of this is, and more importantly than whatever you itemized, you didn't have to walk under the tower bot lane. In that first 10 minutes.
That was game changing.
And he died very kind of randomly and suddenly as well, somewhere in the mid lane, I think, only like 5-6 minutes after that. And you said it before, Rubik mid can feel really impactful. We've seen Laurel like win games pretty convincingly on it, but if you die twice, you don't get to those items that you need to live. And suddenly you're this mid with, pretty much no farm and really no way to play fights. Especially to XXS, I really like, he just goes straight into pipe. It's like his first item, and Team Spirit, with the max soul assumption, with Radon not being, ready to fight for a pretty long time on this Dragonite, they mitigated so much, potential damage. DY living in that one fight just on a sliver of HP, and running them under tier 2s, getting team wipes. XG feeling unstoppable, and success a big part of it. DY.
Hook shot again from DY. He has been putting on a clockwork clinic as well. Epicenter to follow this up. This is a mid Laurel Rubik, and it wouldn't feel like it if you were just tuning in here. I say that, but it does take a long time for him to die. Mira finally falls off. They've got the macro power on 2. They'll throw a Requiem in defense, which doesn't really look good, and probably garners a couple of Keck W's in the chat. And
that's fine. Don't Keck W, Ame, you filthy animals. Yeah, I mean, this game is tough for Laurel. I think. I don't love his build. He went Phylactery into Ags, and you're playing into Storm Clockwork. How are you supposed to survive? Where is the survivability from this Rubik? I mean, he's deserving of the Keck W's in chat for sure. Actually, don't do that. That's mean. I'm not a huge fan of Laurel's build in this game from my professional Rubik opinion. It feels so tough, and DY buys an early gem. He goes Pavis Glimmer. Feels like the damage mitigation is so good from the side of XG, and Ame, who could have struggled after the early game he had, hasn't particularly. ZinQ and XXS have been making so many moves, and we haven't even seen much of Ame. He like walks in, you know, maybe gets 1 kill in Maposhka, walks out, goes and hits the jungle creeps again. Mira pretty quiet as well in the Hoodwink ever since that laning phase.
I don't even know what Team Spirit want to do here. They're down 16,000. They're so lost. They're really playing, I almost want to say 1v, with hoping that DK can do enough in a game like this. But we saw this earlier today. We saw Shiro on the Dragon Knight. Like, he wasn't able to output damage on the Dragon Knight, on the Broodmother. Like, there just wasn't enough there for him. And DY with the jetpack looking for an opportunity to go hookshot. The fact that they're even on the low ground in that position is so scary to me.
And XM is off to the races. I mean, this Clockwork, this Timbersaw, you have so much dive on the side of XG, and that's what makes being behind against this team so scary. And see it here on Mira.
Hook shot, sharpshooter to get out of the cogs, but this is the only target you care for is Yatoro, and his BKB is going to run out in a split second. ZinQ's going in there, by the way, with Ags ready to go. Timber chains across. This Ags is going to explode on a Laurel. Yatoro stopped from getting back in the base, but now maybe you got to think you're a little bit too deep. You go back for these buildings. The Aegis expires. You get a tier 3, and you know the BKBs are down on Spirit, so you don't have to be too scared.
Yeah, especially no Dragon form. Jumping in on the Dawn.
They've got the Pole, the Vortex, the Rod of Atos, the Requiem, and they'll get the kill into Yatoro. He doesn't have buyback. That might just be the cap on this one. They have they have the whole base to defend. Everything's still up, but the only one who's really doing any sort of big damage here is dead for 60 more seconds, and they're going to get another kill on Laurel. This Rubik's felt like a creep for a while, and unfortunately, there's just no answers.
I'm a loser. I'm a Rubik. XM.
That's good back
killing Maposhka over and over again in this game, and this last big storm really feeling vindicated at this point. The dive is so oppressive. Can't you just end the game here on XG? That's the last fortify they have. DY.
They are a little bit low. DY might just die to towers. Yeah, that'll happen.
I mean, they're kind of overstaying.
They are a little bit.
Punish them.
Ame is not used to overstaying, and this is you don't want to overstay like TI8 style. You want to get out and regroup and push again.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately they just lose DY for that, so
not
it doesn't particularly hurt them in any sense. It doesn't feel like there's a good avenue to get back into the game for Team Spirit, especially. I mean, Laurel, a lot of times too, one of the things that's happening is he's trying to steal from Sand King to get that, the Burrow Strike. It's pretty much the best spell that you can steal. But he keeps getting Stinger. Like, over and over again, I see the pop-up on the right side, and it's Stinger, and that just feels horrible. I mean, it's not the impact that you want from your Rubik, and kind of part of the reason that I wish, rather than picking up, they picked up like Jakiro last, which Jakiro is very strong for Team Spirit, but I kind of wish that they kept the flex open for the Rubik rather than revealing it was going to be the mid. And Storm Spirit can struggle a bit in the lane, but at this point, Laurel just has no survivability. Every fight feels like he's getting gone on. If not him, then the other two squishy ranged heroes, Mira and Maposhka. Zinq. Oof, I mean...
if he had a Yule's here, but they have the hook shot anyway from DY. DY, I know we've been giving so much praise to Zinq here. DY has been everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, DY providing so much vision, Zinq providing so much damage, XM, XXS providing the auras on the Sand King and initiation, and Ame, just the insurance policy at this point.
Toro in trouble. Right click's coming in, Ball Lightning Vortex, Laurel on the run, Ame with the raises, they get the kill on a Laurel, Macropyre is down, Ame doesn't have an Aegis, but Ame doesn't care. They bought back on the Jakiro, and they are just losing too much at the moment. BKB XM, not a lot of mana to work with, so he's got to start to back away. Blink Dragon Tail on a DY, but this is your 5-position Clockwork, who's going to end up dead here on the side of Extreme, while the rest of the team is being taken out with the Epicenter coming through and the Burrow Strike landing. XM's back in, and this is a 2-0 for Extreme Gaming over Spirit. A little sigh of relief for Ame, as this, every time you can get one back on Spirit for Ame, I feel like is just a little bit of revenge here for years past.
A little bit, yeah. Team Spirit, disappointing a little bit. I hate to kind of say it like that, but the quick 2-0, you love to see it from XG. I've said before, I love watching kind of this Chinese style of Dota. I love watching Chinese Dota teams and how they kind of perceive the game and the meta, and XG just doing it wonderfully in these past 2 games.
And before we break it down a little bit more, I just want to say we are through 3 series right now, and it's not even 7 a.m. yet for me.
Cover me, cover me, cover me!
It's not defeat that defines you. It's how you bounce back. Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Okay, we've got Zinq, who's on the 4 position, who's willing to play something a little bit different, especially, getting into the Timber Saw and how aggressive he can play. And I don't know if I asked it because I already have a short-term Goldfish memory, but what allows Zinq to have so much success with a hero like Timber Saw?
Ultimately,